the only source you need for topics and toy news. This is Gen Z Report. Joining us live, the ultimate Marvel Legends and comic collector. He's got the power of youth. He's got the stories. It's Ashwan. Next up, the master of SH figure arts. His collection is legendary, his knowledge unrivaled. Say hello to Zion. And leading the charge, the one and only, the fearless McFarlane apologist and the agent who never sleeps. It's Agent Zman. The Gen Z Report. Your weekly dose of awesome starts now.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to another installment of the Gen Z Report, a special one as we are continuing Rank the Movies. And of course, this one is the special one. It's MCU Phase 3. So make sure you strap in, get some food, whatnot, because this is going to be a long, great ride for some films. Some films are asleep. But anyway, we are here tonight. But of course, I am your host, Agent Zman. But I don't do this by myself. I never do it by myself, because otherwise you would be very tired of my voice. But of course, I am joined by my lovely co-hosts. We have the one, the only, Ashwan 231 Comics.
Hello, you beautiful, beautiful people talking Rank the Movies today. Phase 3. It's going to be a long stream, but not a 24-hour stream because we're still waiting on Dan to do that.
Perfect. And of course, we have the incredible, the amazing,
the biggest Avengers fan of all time. We're doing Phase 3, which is it the best phase? Is it the worst phase? Guess we'll see.
We don't know. But of course, let's check in with the chat right and early at 9:23 p.m. UK time. We had Damien Ristori, when Good Tidings all reporting in early as missed a few streams. Spider-Man Brand New Day, twice seen Fab film. No spoils from me. My fave movie still remains Far From Home. Not only for old fishbowl head. Ooh. And then sun, drink. Okay. Emojis. There we go. Then we had Scotty Toys. What up, everyone? Phew. And then we do have Mr. Makata. Hello, everyone. Hello there. And yeah, boy, Spider-Man. Fucking awesome. Hopefully, YouTube doesn't demonetize. I don't think so. It's usually fine. But anyway, yes, as we are, as we'll go through, this is Phase 3. And of course, our beautiful graphic designer, combat collector, aka Big Will, created this thumbnail. So make sure to go in that. But before we get into that, before we get into the meat and potatoes, it's pickup time. So let's start with A to Z. I'll start first, I guess. So I only have two things, as this is going to be a long show, so we'll be very quick. But, something I know Dan will absolutely love is the Mortal Kombat Classic line from McFarlane. So we got Ermac.
At least I'm not alone.
Exactly. You're never alone. We McFarlane fans stick together. But it's not just this guy. Because the brilliant bastard I am, you got two different characters, but we got Johnny Cage. Woo! I got this from Props and Replicas. Oh my god! There you go. I made sure to order them together. So yeah, that's me. Still looking for the Noob and Jade. Anyone help me, Ashwan and Jay and Virtual Dave, who is not here today, but he sends his regards. But that's me. Now, Ashwan, over to you.
Well, of course, very slow week for me. Didn't have any figures, but of course, I'll go into my kind of top three, but also just wanted to show these three off of my comics. So if you want to see most of my comics, then go over to my YouTube, because I didn't really get any others other than I did on my video. So if you want to head over there, then do so. But I'll explain some of these within this. Starting it off, I mean, just to tie it in with, even though we're doing the topic next week, Spectacular Spider-Man Brand New Day issue 3. Very different, even though it's kind of a different story to what the film actually is. So not really spoilers, but like cool cover. If you if you can tell who that is on the cover, then pretty crazy. But I won't get into full details in case you want to read it or anything. But just thought I'd tie it in nicely, and I've read it and thought it was very good. So definitely recommend you start getting this comic if you haven't already. Another issue I got this week, which you may find kind of odd, but I collect Scotty Young variants. So Scotty Young is a well-known artist, and he does this little his art is kind of like chibi form. So like characters are in they're more chibi, more smaller, and because it's technically Marvel, I got it. It's Predator versus Planet of the Apes. So very cool, and it's the Planet of the Apes that, of course, is the OG one where it's just like people in costumes.
Oh yeah.
So pretty cool. But I'm excited to give it a read because so how I have my Scotty Young variants is it's normally just all the Marvel ones or just like Scotty Young variants in general, and because this is technically Marvel, I didn't expect to get this in my pool, in my box, and I had it and I was like, oh, that's cool, because I wouldn't have bought it otherwise, even though I do like Predator. Haven't really watched the older Planet of the Apes films, so can't really say much on that, but I love Predator as a character. I mean, I love the newer Apes films, so definitely going to be an exciting read, and I may get more issues depending on how good this is. But one reason why I said you're going to have to go over to my video to watch it is because this week was a very big week for me, because more Marvel than DC, because it was the 5th week in a month, and so DC don't really prepare for that 5th week, but Marvel do, because I don't know if they're just better organized. I don't know. I'm not trying to put any stuff onto DC, but DC don't tend to put anything out on the 5th week. There's only annuals and stuff. But Marvel had a really big book come out and comic come out, which was Queen and Black issue 1, and it had blind bags and everything. And I bought 3 blind bags. 1 I opened in store, 2 I opened on my video. And I just wanted to show off one of the variants. If you want to see the other 2, then go watch my video. But luckily, I pulled a Marvel Rivals variant. And of course, I love Marvel Rivals a lot. So, look very nice. And if you're wondering how much this is, because it's a big issue, it was £7. Rather than a £4.40, which is normal price of the comic, but it's way more thicker, and it's the start of a massive era of this whole Queen and Black storyline, so it makes sense. But if anyone's wondering, if anyone's wanting to get into this whole Queen and Black thing, the first issue, of course, came out on Wednesday, and I'm pretty sure issue 2 is either out next week or the week after. It's not they're releasing them week by week, they're releasing them fairly quickly. It's not a month by month situation, I don't think, with Queen and Black. And so they're releasing it fairly quickly, and it all ties in. But of course, if you want to read that, I'm assuming you have to read Null 1 to 5 issues as well. So be sure to read that. But if you want to start on it, then I'm pretty sure you can. But definitely check that out if you haven't already. But that is all for me.
Awesome. And now over to, last but not least, Zion. What you got? What you got?
I don't have any figures, but I do have. I can finally show off my 2 posters.
Ooh.
Poster.
Let's go.
And then I know I don't talk about Star Wars a lot, but I absolutely love Star Wars. I'm trying to get into it. And
that's
then,
a sick poster.
For A New Hope.
Wait.
So hopefully we can, in the future, maybe we'll do a Star Wars stream. Who knows?
Exactly. You never know, because I do like Star Wars too. I like Star Wars. And I'm sure like all of us will be into that because like Star Wars is a big franchise. You know, depending on your when you were born, what era you're into. I don't think anyone's into the sequels, but if you are,
One sequel
cool.
is good.
Well, one sequel. Yeah, we should
The other
talk
two
about-
are just the other two are shit.
yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. Well, did you have anything else like some
No,
posted comments or just
that's it.
awesome? Very quick and simple. I love the book. Like, I love how like Avengers, the first one in the UK, it was called Avengers Assemble. So in some like versions of like the posters, so they like it's like the
The different
PR
variants.
marketing. Yeah. So I was just like, strange, but it works. And then you got one here. But yeah, there you go. And obviously, let's now. Oh, Scotty Toys. I like Grogu from Star Wars. I mean, Grogu is cute and he's a badass. So yeah, he's good. So now let's get straight into that topic in hand. But before we go into the movie, just remember, as Damien says it perfectly, it makes the community all better if our opinions are different. No hate, folks. Enough said. That's perfect. Because yeah, you might have a different favorite film. We're all gonna have different tastes, so no one has a wrong opinion unless it's a shit film. I'm joking. But again, Damien, just seeing the news catching up, but Avengers Endgame Encore is to be released to cinemas worldwide September 25th. Any opinions from you guys? So, ooh, for me, I'd say, I guess it's going to be an interesting thing because they did say new footage will be released. I don't know if it's going to be like it's going to connect very well with Doomsday because Doomsday is pretty much a sequel to Endgame because I don't think it's going to follow anything else apart from Endgame and Thunderbolts and maybe the Captain America and Winter Soldier series, not the film because who watched the film? No, I did. I watched it 3 times. But what about you two? What do you think of this Endgame Encore sort of release?
I'm excited for it somewhat just because, of course, I watched Endgame in cinemas and it was a good experience, even though I don't know if it will be that good again, just because people would have already seen it. But I'm just excited that it's getting re-released just to then, even though we've gotten some stuff to lead into Doomsday, like of course you got the whole Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, just because it's only like 2 properties that are kind of leading into it, like even though they could have done way more, I'm happy that we're getting like another little thing just to then tie into it a little bit more, just to maybe know a bit more that's happening. I don't expect it to be maybe too much. If it is, then of course they can say that I'm wrong. But like when it comes out, and also because it's in that time of September, it's then like just something to have in between. Because because I'm pretty sure in October they're gonna release Vision Quest anyways, or apparently. And so like to have that to then go into Vision Quest, then go into Doomsday, it just means that we've got like a nice kind of period just to like watch that and be more excited for it. Because even though as much as I and other people are excited for Doomsday, this could maybe put it up a bit more.
Yeah, that's true. What about you, Zion? Are you excited for this Endgame Encore, or are you kind of like,
I'm excited because like I do want to see Endgame in theaters because like pre-COVID I didn't really see like a lot of like Marvel movies in theaters. I only saw like a handful. So having Endgame go back in theaters so I can kind of like experience seeing it in theaters. Also in like September. So in September I'm gonna go to the theaters twice to see 2 movies that's coming back in theaters. Because not only is Endgame coming back in theaters, but my favorite movie of all time, Cars 1 for the 20th anniversary is coming back to theaters. Like during the same month, I was like, It's kind of cool that they both come out at the same time back in theaters.
Cars game double bill feature. I was trying to do what was it, Barbenheimer, but with Cars and Endgame, but that didn't work.
You're gonna have Lightning McQueen team up with Captain America.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. But yes, now let's get straight into Rank the Movies MCU Phase 3. Also another shout out to Big Will for doing the art. Yes, this one did have the Agent in Training thumbnail. But obviously, Virtual Dave isn't here, but he is here with us in spirit. In the sense that he'll probably come in and be like, "This film's trash." But
Let me
we'll
tell you
see.
something. Let me tell you something about this film.
Yeah, exactly. Let me tell you. But let's go. First film of the phase we have. Oh, before we do that, is a quick recap of the tier list from the previous phases 1 and 2. So you can see the S tier Avengers. We got Winter Soldier, Iron Man 1, Captain America, First Avenger, which I'm so glad it was there on S tier because that film is underrated. And then obviously we had Guardians, A tier, Ant-Man and Avengers 2, and then B tier, Iron Man 2, Thor 1, Incredible Hulk, and then C, we got Thor: The Dark World, and then D, Iron Man 3. At least nothing was super shit, but we'll see how this one fares. But of course, let's have a check on the tier list, as we're going to have a different, each tier list we have different sort of like ranking like titles, but this one's a different one. You can tell I didn't make it. We always appreciate tier list. They always do some good stuff. Although I had to rearrange the order because they were like, so there we go. We have at the top Stan Lee with S tier, and then we have A, B, C, D, E, and of course worst F. Let's see if any film gets to that stage, but who knows? Who knows? But now, without further ado, but before that, Mr. Carter, me and a few of my family members visiting from Ireland were supposed to go and watch Endgame in cinema. Same day, just before leaving to go cinema, my big ass nephew and I were fighting, and leant back on my hand and snapped my wrist. Oh, ended up in A&E. Jeez, missed out on Endgame because my fucking wrist snapped. 10 out of 10. Oh, damn. Well, I hope it's healed now, but damn, that's a crazy situation. But Damien, you could have blipped him at Mr. McCarter, so I could not resist saying that. But here we go. First film, as we alluded in the previous stream, so make sure you check that. A certain film was leading up to it. And it's none other than Civil War, or Captain America Civil War, or if you want to be correct, it's Avengers Civil War. Because really, was this Captain America film, or was this a Avengers film? But a quick shout out to I think it's MMC Fan on Insta, who did this brilliant kind of checklist of the legends that we did get from Marvel Legends for Civil War. So there's a few there, and like he has like the years of like some of them, and the fact that Falcon was released twice was crazy. The same figure, it's not been updated. You can see like the first 3 figures have been updated, but everyone else haven't been. So Legends, can you get on that? But of course, let's get there for Captain America Civil War. Of course, this film loosely adapts the comic storyline with the same name, Civil War. But of course, it has changes, but it did have iconic moments that, directly from the comic. as you can see, the Captain America and Iron Man clash. Obviously, different reasons for this film. And this film is very historical, as it was the first debut of Spider-Man, Tom Holland's Spider-Man, then Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther, awesome, and Baron, the sex machine Zemo, not really, he's just a dancing queen, but we love him. But yeah, and then of course, the end credit scene puts Bucky into stasis to be healed from his red room thing. And now let's discuss what were your highlights of the film. So we'll start from Z to A, and we'll go Zion. What were your highlights of Captain America: Civil War?
Captain America 3, Avengers 3, Avengers 2.5. There's a lot of nicknames for this movie, but this movie is an absolute masterpiece. One of the best superhero movies that we have. The best Captain America movie. They pulled, like, this movie has a lot going on, especially for like a solo movie. They introduced Peter and T'Challa, and bringing Ant-Man and bringing like basically like all the Avengers, and overall the movie still focuses on Cap the most. Steve is still like the protagonist, the primary character that the movie focuses on. It balances all these characters well, and with the best, well, in my opinion, the best MCU villain in Baron Zemo, because even though he got arrested, he still won at the end of the movie. His goal was to break up the Avengers, and that's what he did. So his plan, and how he's not like a physical threat. He's not like a match for like in most of the Avengers, but he used his brain, and he was able to figure out how to get under the Avengers and how to break them up, and he succeeded. This movie has a bunch of iconic moments. The airport battle, like what can we say about that? You got heroes fighting heroes. Every comic book fan wants that.
Yeah.
Some iconic shots from that were created in the comics, like this one, and even though I like had some recreated that with some of my legends.
Oh, there we go.
No, doing like
full screen. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And then I also had, when I got all members of Team Iron Man, I did like a comic version of them walking on like their comic figures.
That's cool. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. The only thing I'll say about that movie that it's like a low light is I can't even think of any right now. Oh, on Team Iron Man, none of the heroes that was on Team Iron Man actually sided with Tony because they believed in the Sokovia Accords. Mostly all of them had their own agendas.
Yeah, that's true.
They agreed with Cap, so it makes sense why that team formed. I don't know. It's not a big thing. It's just like a little thing you notice when you like rewatch the movie about Team Iron Man.
Yeah, that's true. Quickly, we have the chat. Scotty Toys B/C this film for me. Fair enough. We'll get to that soon. J Toys Collection is here, but he's getting ready for SummerSlam. So stopping by to say hello. Hello. And we'll catch the replay. Thank you, Jay. Always appreciate you. And Damien asks, is that live tickets you got? Ooh. Yeah. Now, Ashwan, what were your highlights / lowlights for Captain America: Civil War?
I'll start with lowlights because personally I don't think there is any. I every time I watch it, because I of course watched it when it first came out, then I watch it every other time, and it's just more and more I just realize like how good of a film this is for like what it is, because I was watching it more recently and then also watched like some people talking about it on YouTube, so then had a bit more of an understanding of it. Like, and the way that it's a Captain America centric film, or meant to be, and has this many characters in it, but like make sure that the characters are like have their own limelight. Because sometimes in certain films, when you have so many characters, it's kind of hard to just like put focus on, say, for instance, Wanda at some point, or Captain America, or of course Spider Man's in the film. Maybe put focus on him, or like certain characters. It may be hard for people to put the focus on them because they got so many characters within a storyline. But I think they do it perfectly in this film. Like every character gets their own like little thing within the film, and like of course, first appearance of Spider Man and Black Panther, and I think arguably maybe not to me, but maybe I could be swayed another way. But a lot of people think this is Spider-Man's best ever live action appearance, like MCU appearance is within this. So I'm not saying that, but some people think that this is his best, and so like take of that as what you will. But like he is very good, and he does start very well in this. Of course, he gets a bit of like limelight for the starter bits, and then he is kind of like by like the third act, he's kind of just not in it anymore, which I don't mind too much because of course it's kind of setting it up for another film that we'll mention. But like just to have him and Black Panther. Like Black Panther, I knew somewhat of a character beforehand, but just to have Chadwick Boseman in this role, of course, rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman. But to have him in this role, like he plays it perfectly, and it's just everything through this film. Like even though like Zion was saying about the whole like disband between Tony and Steve, that then ultimately, of course, leads into other films later on. Like even though like later on, of course, they do get on like later on, but this leads into like massive stuff that goes down in later films. But just to have them back on screen again, like even though it isn't the Civil War cast that is in the comic book, and a lot of people thought maybe they would introduce certain characters because I'm aware that the Punisher is in Civil War in the comic.
Yeah.
But like of course at the time they couldn't really do that, and it would be kind of weird. But it makes so much sense, and the stuff that they do as well. Of course, Baron Zemo, even though like he's like within other stuff and doing stuff, like he's not like the primary thing because these heroes are fighting. He still like is doing stuff behind the scenes, and like Zion was saying, he does ultimately like get his goal of them breaking up, and also like all of Cap's team ends up in jail. So like you still get half of the Avengers like in jail somewhere, even though the other half are like kind of just doing whatever. But like I don't know what really else to say about this film. I just personally love it a lot. I don't think it's better than Winter Soldier, but it's close.
Fair enough. We definitely like when we get to like ranking certain like theories or like trilogies, we should definitely do that because that will be an interesting thing of like, you know, ranking all the Captain America films and then Iron Man. I think those can be like its own kind of thing. So let us know if you want to see a trilogy kind of like ranking of like each of them. They could be like little segments or who knows. Let us know down below. Damien, which is what is going to bring to my opinion. My only low light was short screen battle with Crossbones. Okay, let's get straight into this. I'll start off with highlights. What a crazy sort of like, you know, thing that's not been seen. Finally, other characters interacting in a big film from different sorts of like, because you got Ant-Man, you've got, you know, Winter Soldier, Falcon, and Cap, who basically just come back from their film of Winter Soldier. It's like a direct sequel and you don't feel like anything missing, but also it's a sequel to Ant-Man because Ant-Man sets this up at the end credit scene with, you know, them capturing Winter Soldier and like asking what's going on. But then you have like the debuts, the iconic debuts of Spider-Man, Black Panther, and you're just like, whoa, it's insane. And there's so many different moments in the film, like, you know, the fight scene where unfortunately Vision takes a friendly fire. Well, no, he shoots down War Machine with friendly fire, and he's down for the count. He's crippled. He's, you know, like he has like the leg support system, which you know, certain series does retcon that. That, you know, we'll not talk about that. We'll talk about that when we get to like a MCU series. But boy, that fight in this film was insane because you didn't think of like someone getting hurt, like actual, like properly hurt, because you think it's just going to be a fight between each other, and then there will be like, luckily there's no casualties, but technically it is kind of like a mini casualty or half casualty because you pretty much take out one of your own members, and like it kind of just shows how Vision switches from being just an android with like absolute kind of thoughts to having more human thoughts, which, you know, eventually kind of gets on your nerves when they make him more human. But hey, Vision is a character who continues to evolve, so it's like fair enough. And yeah, like it's great fight scenes, and the way they bring this kind of like story of like mission report and, you know, that significance towards both Iron Man and Bucky, the fact that Bucky killed Iron Man's parents, or his parents, and it's like, what? And that's the divide that's created, and you're like, whoa, like you wouldn't expect it, but then again you're like, you're right, Bucky was a brainwashed soldier. He would have done messed up stuff. Like if you said to me he killed Uncle Ben, I would believe you because because he's a, like, you know, he was a soldier who was manipulated through mind control through the Red Book. And, you know, the fact that Baron Zemo was just like immediately like, yeah, screw you guys. And, you know, you had the actress who played Mariah Stokes from Luke Cage. She's the one who approaches Iron Man to be like, this was my son. You killed him while you did your fight in Sokovia. And I was like, whoa. Like, also, I thought it was her character from Luke Cage because I was like, are we connecting the universes? No, it was way before Luke Cage was even filmed. So like, damn it. I was just like getting a slight hope of, you know, other characters being introduced. But yeah, I'd say low light would be Crossbones. The fact that he looks like a bootleg Punisher with his look. He's very tactical. And I'm like, this is Frank Grillo. He can kick butt. And you've got him basically gotten, you know, he's wearing gauntlets that are pretty much similar to a certain character that we'll see in another film in this ranking. I'll mention that. But the fact that his he just is easily like blown up. He's killed. Like he's the crux to the whole, you know, maybe we need to maybe we need to control these metas or like enhanced people, because I think they're called enhanced peoples in this universe. I know metahumans is more DC, but yeah. And of course, as someone who's read the comic of Civil War, that the scope of that story, I wish to see that in live action. And the fact that, like, you know, this kind of takes some of it, and, you know, it feels like we'll never get that comic version because there's a different reason for the comic version happening. And it's more about Superhero Registration Act. Like every superhero has to register. Whereas Sokovia, it's more like, you know, you're working for the government sort of situation kind of thing. That's my only low light. But otherwise, and maybe Baron Zemo not having a mask, but hey, we do eventually get his mask later. But yeah. Yeah. Anything else we want to put before we put this in the ranking?
We actually do find out that Bucky killed Howard and Maria in Winter Soldier during that whole like thing, the Arnim Zola. So we kind of knew, but we didn't like think about it that much because we went to the back of our minds.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I mean, yes, he did reveal like there was a connection to it. Oh yeah, so then Cap knew, but never told him. But yeah, because that's Iron Man goes, "You knew," and he was like,
"Yes,
might be."
That means Natasha knows as well, which is like crazy.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Even though she's just like, yeah, I'm quiet. Like, I'm with you, Iron Man. I'm on your team. Secretly. Not on your team. Haha. Also, I would say this film is pretty much an Avengers film, but of course, it still is a sequel to Winter Soldier. So it's like, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. But also the fun fact that like this film could have been Captain America Serpent Society, and then they changed that when they revealed it. I was just like, no, but wait.
We got something better.
Yeah. I would say the only thing I wish is like how we've all been saying, like, we wish we got more heroes for the fight. You know what I mean? Like more characters to have like play around with the whole scene, because you know, obviously it's like when you think of heroes fighting heroes, some of the teams were a bit out balanced. If you think, like, I was just like, wait a minute. But yeah, like it's still a solid film that tackled both teams well, and you know the outcome is similar to like an Avenger film where most of the teams break up. Like, well, unlike those Avenger films where they broke up but then they got back together, this film's like, nah, we ain't back.
They broke up like the band, like the Beatles.
Exactly. But yes, now let's get straight into ranking this this film. So there we go. Okay, now where are we going to put Civil War on? What do you guys think?
The top tier, Stan Lee tier.
Ooh, what about you, Ashwan? What do you think? What do you think?
I do think it is S tier.
You know what? Yeah, I think, you know, it's a solid film, does so much, and the fact that like iconic characters were introduced and, dare I say, have like their best outfits in this film. There's only one character who has their best outfit in this film, and we'll get to that character because yeah, I have thoughts. But damn, what an introduction to those characters of Spider-Man, Black Panther, and Baron Zemo. Even though he's not masked, he's still a villain. Like, you don't have to wear a costume to be a villain. All you have to do is plant the seeds of deception, and boom, you could just sit back, have a mojito or whatever, and be like, I did that. I did that. But there we go. We got the first film in the ranking with Civil War at the Stan Lee tier. We'll see if that stays there, but there we go. Oh, quick. Damien says, speaking of Serpent Societies, not wanting to go off topic, but I'm thinking Marvel Legends San Diego Comic-Con exclusive tease could be Anaconda. Look closer at the sockets. Maybe. But we'll definitely talk about that when we get like a proper review of that, because I feel like maybe. But yeah. Oh, then Scotty, anything with Spider-Man, Stan Lee tier. Ooh, maybe. We'll see. But we moved from Captain America Civil War. That was a big clash of characters to the subtle introduction to Doctor Strange. Yes, we finally get Doctor Strange, even though he was mentioned in Winter Soldier when they interrogated the Stillwell guy, the Baldy, with the sunglasses or the glasses, and he was like,
Agent Sitwell.
Yeah, he's an Agent Stillwell. There you go. He mentioned Stephen Strange by name, so it was like, oh, but yes, we have Doctor Strange. The introduction with Benedict Cumberbatch, aka Benedict Cumberbatch, and his performance as the Sorcerer Supreme. We also get Baron Mordo, who's like, he was so iconic in this film. He was great. And then obviously one of the most underrated villains of the MCU, I think, Caecilius. My God, I would have loved to seen him more. You know, we'll get in. I'm going to go straight into my highlights. Let's go highlights. Visually, this film is insane. Like, boy, like they cooked. Like, you know, we're Gen Z, so we got to use that lingo. But they cooked hard. Like, it was insane. Like, I feel like if you ever been on, like, well, no, I'm not saying if anyone's been on drugs, but what Like the visuals were crazy. If you were on drugs, you'd be like, whoa, like insane. But not not just that. The fact that the training montages, you got Wong, and like he's like his like the comedic part of the film wasn't too much, but it was perfect. And the fact that we got Dormammu, and like instead of him being like how like in comic interpretations he's like a guy with a flaming head, he's like this huge like being of his own universe. Like we only see his head, and fun fact, he's voiced by Benedict Cumberbatch, so he's playing dual role, which he's done before in Lord of the Rings, or was it Hobbit? He played Smaug. What I mean, not double role, playing like a big creature kind of thing. So yeah, you had that, and he was like the kind of like puppet with Caecilius, because obviously Caecilius is using this dark magic for his own purpose and whatnot. But then you have the twist that the Ancient One, he also uses dark magic. So there's like some hypocrisy of like how one should use magic to. Oh, there we go. We got the man, the myth, the Doctor Strange. Hell yeah, great figure, by the way. I do want to get the Wong 2-pack. It's just because I have Doctor Strange, I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, this film, iconic. And you can see the figures that we do have are limited, but some of them are quite good. The Baron Mordo is such a unique design, and I love it because it's like, it's not too, of course, when you think of Baron Mordo in the comics, he's got this like skin tight outfit with like the black cape and everything. But at least with this, is very like in theme of like people training in the mountains. It's like mystic art, so you have that kind of like culture from like mysticism, so they're not all just wearing spandex. So I think that's appreciated for a character like Doctor Strange. We did get like, there's only been one recent figure of like representation to this film technically, and that is the astral form that we got in the line for Doctor Strange 2, but this is apparently Doctor Strange 1 figure. Maybe we do need more figures from this movie. I think obviously Caecilius is the biggest one, but of course Ancient One. That will be my only low light of this film. And I know it's a heated thing about the Ancient One. Of course, they decided to do a different route rather than going like the traditional / like original comic depiction of the Ancient One. They decided to change it because they didn't want to hit that stereotype. And we'll get to like when Shang-Chi has the same thing, but they obviously changed the character. Whereas here, it's the only thing I'm a bit iffy about. Tilda Swinton, great actress or great actor, and played the role perfectly. Like, as in, she played it awesome. Like, she's an amazing actress and she did well in the role. I just think, they should have stuck with, like, they should have done someone who was of that or like ethnic origin for the Ancient One, but instead of being it very typical, what the stereotype was, that obviously is not good in main, like nowadays, they should have improved it, like how in the, I'd say the Doctor Strange animated movie, they did Ancient One like pretty good. Like it didn't go into the stereotype, but it improved on the character, if you know what I mean. That's my only gripe. And before I give it to you guys, obviously the end credit scene. We have two end credit scenes. We have Doctor Strange with yellow gloves, almost close to his comic look, but we'll never see those gloves again. Bye-bye, gloves. And then, of course, we have Baron Mordo's mission of no more magic users, where he basically takes the magic out of that poor guy who used it to fix his spine, and he's just like, nah, screw you, I need that magic, or you don't deserve magic. But obviously it's like, gee, I wonder if they carried that plot anywhere. No, they didn't. But there you go. those are my thoughts. Ashwan, what are your highlights and lowlights of this film? I know I took long, but yeah.
One thing that I love about a lot of these, like what Marvel, like MCU films does, is like how we had Guardians of the Galaxy as a film, and not many people knew of them, and then watched it and absolutely loved them. I had the same thing with this. I knew of Doctor Strange like as a character, but didn't know like too much about him. And then when I got to like watch this and see Benedict Cumberbatch just in the role and just like I think is one of the best castings in the MCU, just because like he suits the role perfectly from what I've just seen from other stuff. Like just like you were saying, like the visuals in this film as well. Like I didn't know that what was gonna happen, and randomly like Doctor Strange is on top of a building and it's like swirling and everything. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I thought that the whole cinema had been like gassed or something because I thought I was bloody going through it, even though I was like a kid. But I thought something was going on in the cinema. But like, it's just like Procilius is an actor. Of course, I can't remember the actor's name, but to have him as like a big character within this whole like story as well is pretty good. Just like, even though like we haven't seen anything from him from then on, as well as like I know that Damien, I'm pretty sure referenced it, but haven't got a figure of him, which we kind of should have. But I do know that with the Marvel Legends way from this, they done half and half. Like they done half movie, half comic book, and they were kind of within that era of figures with most of these movies up until like certain ones.
Yeah.
But when I watched it, I did love it. So I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it was a bit different from most of the other stuff we had gotten up to this point. Of course, Dormammu, I like just thought was kind of weird, and I always just think of the scene where it's just like Doctor Strange is going back and forth, and then it's so funny, and then it's like Dormammu, I've come to bargain, and then he's bloody going back and forth, and it's one of the most funny scenes, just because it's just like. Because Doctor Strange is that like powerful in a sense that, and then he just ends up pissing off Dormammu to the point where he just like doesn't really, and it's just like, of course, the Ancient One, of course, I didn't know about the comic counterpart, so I thought she was okay. But of course, another character that we don't end up seeing until Endgame, and so like kind of, but of course, like this was really good, like. I thought when it came out, of course, Baron Mordo didn't really know about his comic counterpart, but thought he was an interesting character. Wong, of course, got to get your Wongs out. Got to have Wong in this film. Like he is one of the best things in these films. Even anything else he's in, Wong is the GOAT. Let me tell you that. Got to be Sorcerer Supreme for a short amount of time. So,
yeah, that's true. Also, I would say. We do need a Wong from this film. We did get a Wong later on for Doctor Strange 2, but for this film, I would like that, maybe. Ooh.
But yeah, I personally liked it when it first came out. Didn't really know too much about it. Enjoyed it. Even though as much as I enjoyed it, still throughout everything in this phase, as well as just what we had before this, I knew this was a step down, and so like I can't really pick out the bad stuff just because I can't really think of anything. But I just know that within this phase, it's not like one of the lowest things, but I'd say like it's within the middle of most of these stuff. But I feel like this is a very strong phase for like films and stuff. And so, like, I just felt like they'd done it well. And even though, like you were saying, the post-credit scenes don't really go anywhere, but I feel like that's more so to the point where I feel like sometimes it's a minor gripe that I have with the MCU where they set up certain post-credit scenes, even though, of course, it's a major gripe. But they set up a lot of post-credit scenes that don't really go nowhere, or they just happen to just make a film, have this whole plot around this. Like, for instance, this film, like, they had all these characters together and they introduced this little world, and then instantly it kind of just switches it up a little bit and then goes into the whole like this
Yeah.
sequel is Multiverse of Madness, which is a very different film compared to this. And
Yeah, yeah.
everything else that Doctor Strange is in, I feel like is very different, compared to this film. And
Yeah.
so it kind of just switched up the character a bit. And of course, we don't really know what's going on with Doctor Strange at the moment, but I wouldn't mind maybe another sequel, but I don't really know. But yeah, I enjoyed it, and I thought it was okay. So.
Damien here, Mads Mikkelsen, also baddie from Casino Royale. Yeah, I know this is going to be a hot take. I would have wished him to be our Doom. We'll eventually get to a Doom discussion pre the film coming out because we could have our like theories of that. So make sure you leave a like, and if you want to see that, comment down below. But Zion, what are your highlights and lowlights of Doctor Strange?
Well, just like Ashwan said, when this movie was coming out, I didn't really like know who he was because when I first heard Doctor Strange, I was like, "Is this something about Doctor Who?" yeah. Then like after a little while after it came out, I like watched it and like I liked it. It made me want to learn more about him, like read the comics, and then that's where I like learned about the difference that they made with the Ancient One, Dormammu, and learned that Kaecilius. I was under the assumption that when watching this movie first, I was under the assumption that Kaecilius was like a big villain, like Doctor Strange, but reading the comics, he's like a nothing character.
Oh yeah, I should. While you talk, I'll get a picture of Kaecilius because you'll be surprised at what he looks like.
Yeah, and yeah, this movie like introduced Doctor Strange like well to like the Marvel universe, the MCU, especially for like fans and for people like us who like didn't know who he was at the time and just wanted to learn more about the character. And yeah, this movie visually is stunning. It is like amazing, especially with the fights and like the trippy little vision that's being like put through. Like this is like kind of like Marvel at like his peak CGI, kind of. Because if we're comparing this to like the stuff we got in like Phase 4 and Phase 5, we see a major difference, a major step back.
Yeah. That's perfect. That's perfectly said. Yeah.
The only lowlights I have for this movie is that like I actually don't know. Well, the post-credit scene, yeah, that we doesn't go anywhere, but I think we'll get that in the Doctor Strange 3. Hopefully we get our Mortal back.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about Mordo's fate in Doctor Strange 2 because there's some weird things that
could have happened.
Yeah, but yeah. So you say like lowlights was just the fact that like the end credit scenes kind of don't go anywhere, but you're kind of like still hopeful of like at some point we'll get that, like because I think Mordo was one of the highlights of this film because he's not a villain, but you can see where his turn would go, because he's very much like I wouldn't say a student, like a teacher's pet, but he's by the book. And then when he sees that someone's not following that, he's like, oh, what? The master who taught us is a hypocrite. I don't know what to believe now. Kind of like, you've got that kind of like aspect of like, he's just like, excuse me, what? That's screwy.
Everything I know is a lie.
Yeah. Which it would have been like, I think one of the things that would have been, maybe I'm glad we didn't see it, but like Mordo going to the side of Dormammu. But, that's a usual comic thing where Mordo, kind of like worships Dormammu, and the fact that because like Doctor Strange was the more like favored student, even though he's been there for some time, which you don't see that in this film. You don't see that kind of like rivalry, which I think is better because you see it in a lot of different things that they copy that kind of like, we're rivals, and then one goes bad and the other one is like, I'm a good guy. please don't hurt me, kind of thing. But yeah, I do want to mention, because I did put this on the slide. You're probably wondering who's the guy in the middle of Caecilius and the Ancient One. That is, in fact, the brother of Brother Voodoo, Daniel Drum. And I was like, I didn't even know
Really?
he was. Yeah. So when you look at this, I remember when they mentioned his name, I was like, I've heard that name before. Why have I heard it? And then when you look at the Marvel Legends wave that was released for this film, Brother Voodoo was in that wave. And then I had to do my deep dive, searching through the files. And yes, this is the brother to Brother Voodoo. So it's like, oh my god, we could have gotten like a Brother Voodoo introduction in Doctor Strange 2 if they went, if they followed like through for the film of like his replacement and whatnot. Because he's a big character, and in some comics he is the Sorcerer Supreme for a bit. So I do hope we get that, because Brother Voodoo is a sick character, and but yeah, that's why I had to put him there, because I was just like, his name was familiar, and I saw immediately when the name, like the surname, and I had to search it, I was just like, yep, that's Brother Voodoo's bro. I love saying that, Brother Voodoo's bro. The brother to Brother Voodoo. Yeah, and Damien Story, this would be a sick sequel, or like the third film, Doctor Strange versus Nightmare. Ooh. We'll definitely talk about the sequel that had their
Wasn't Nightmare the original villain for Doctor Strange 2 before Sam
Yeah.
Raimi?
Yeah, I think so. Like, they wanted to go with that kind of like, fix it with the Mordo's fate of like him going magic, but then also you got Nightmare introduced as like kind of like this worldly creature of like nightmares, and then we're gonna do that. But of course, they went into the different route that we'll eventually talk about, because it was a doozy and filled with a lot of issues because of filming problems. But save that. But Mr. McCart says, check out LNL, Ashwan, and Z-Man. What do you mean?
I think he's
He's
getting
talking
rid of all the legends.
Oh. I don't know. We'll see.
I think.
And then shout out Flapuma TV. Something this movie does well within the larger MCU is introduce the whole sorcery stuff into the universe without it feeling so left field. Yes, this is the film that introduces like proper sorcery, because like technically you could say like Thor kind of does that, like fantasy, but it's not sorcery. Like, this is straight up humans reading a book and going, abracadabra, I've got an apple, here you go. Okay, Mr. McCullough says, I got you, Ashwan. There you go. But let's get straight to ranking this film. So yeah, let's get straight to that. So now, where do we think Doctor Strange 2 will go? We already have the Stanley tier for Captain America Civil War. What do we think for this film? Because it's definitely, like you were saying, it's a definitely different field of film, because it's not as like grandiose as Civil War. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think personally, just because we have other things on the list and we normally go by like the first one is the best on it, I could see it being an A.
Okay. What do you think, Zion? Do you think A as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. I was just checking LNL chat, so oh boy. So there we go. We got Doctor Strange at A, and now we move from the magic side of the universe to the space side of the world. Woo! We got Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Of course, this film continues the story of the ragtag group known as the Guardians, but with a new addition, well, two new additions, I'd say. You know, you have Nebula kind of join their team properly rather than just being a villain. Then you also have Mantis, as she is introduced into this film. Amazing actress, by the way. Also, she's introduced with I forget his name. Oh my god, what's the
Ego.
actor? Oh no, I know Ego, but what's the? Is it Wyatt Russell? No, that's his son.
Kurt Russell.
There you go, Kurt Russell. We have Kurt Russell in the MCU, people, and he is Big Papa to Star-Lord. Which, of course, if you know comic Star-Lord, that's a different. He has a different dad.
I got some
and has
issues
a
with that.
Yeah,
I'll
he
say
has a- different source of power, or yeah. Let's just say very different. Because if you play the Guardians Galaxy game, you also be like, "Hey, why is Ego not his dad? What do you mean? Where's Kurt Russell?" But of course, you have kind of like Ego kind of like reconnecting with his son, but it all goes crazy. Star-Lord kind of sees the revelation of like who his real daddy is, Yondu. But of course, with that comes the sacrifice of Yondu, and he flies very high to the sky like Mary Poppins, yo. And he's one with the angels, or one with the space dust, because he's obliterated. His ashes are like spread around the sky, very emotional. But of course, with Groot's kind of like death from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, we have Kid Groot or Baby Groot, really. So technically it's Groot's kid. I never get that kind of thing of like it's not like him regenerating into like Deadpool situation. It's more like it's Groot 2, but we still call it Groot because Groot. Because we are Groot. Of course, we also do get kind of like the OG Guardians of the Galaxy being referenced, but instead of being the Guardians of the Galaxy in this film, they're called the Ravagers. Like they're the OG versions who, were with like Yondu was part of them. And then obviously the film kind of like says that because Yondu was doing some naughty business, he's out the Ravagers. But then at the end of the film, they honor him with the Ravagers kind of like send off. But of course, you have flipping Sylvester Stallone in an MCU film. What? Crazy. And he is I'm pretty sure it's like Stegard. He's like Starbolt in the comics. Then you obviously have like a Sorcerer Supreme, who in the comics is a Sorcerer Supreme, but obviously here we have no clue. He's got magic. What? This red lizard guy with the no legs, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. And then you had Michelle Yeoh's character. I can't remember if she's like the second Starbolt. I'm not sure, but obviously we got Charlie 27, and I think it was Equinox who's played. Oh no, Martin X. There you go, Martin X. Equinox is a different character. Martin X, who is played by Michael Rosenbaum, who is my favorite Lex Luthor. Also great Flash. If you know, you know. And then, of course, the MCU, this film sets up Adam Warlock with Aisha here kind of creating this, because we do see her in the beginning. She's like asking the Guardians for help, but then we see her with this sort of chamber that we didn't get to. We almost thought we weren't going to get that kind of reveal because the whole behind the scenes James Gunn, Delio being fired, then rehired because they were like, we can't do Guardians without you, dude. But we'll get to that when we get his return, or kind of like entrance or debut. And then, of course, we have a first appearance of the Watchers in the MCU as a kind of post-credit scene or like credit scene because it was like there were so many things in this film, crazy, and I believe this is the second. Is Ego a celestial or an eternal? That's always been a question.
He says in the movie, he talked about him being a celestial, how Peter's a celestial.
Okay, yeah, because
backstory.
Yeah. It says an ancient, powerful cosmic being and a celestial, and obviously Pete Quill, aka Star Lord, is kind of that. Like he's half. But my God, that twist at the film. Oh my God, when Ego goes, it's a shame I had to put a tumor on her, like put that tumor in her head. And it was just like, damn, you gotta do that to your own, your own wife slash. But then again, you reveal he's a bit of a playboy of the universe or the galaxy because he's done it multiple times. What the hell, crazy man. But anyway, Zion, what were your highlights slash lowlights of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2?
It was good, and it keeps the same comedy as the first one, and it's debatable of like which all three of them is like debatable like which one's the best one because all three of them are like really just good movies. There's no like bad movie in the trilogy, but this one has always been like my least favorite because like it, and I hate saying that because like it's so good, but it's just that's the downside. That's like the one downside having like a good trilogy where you have to pick one is like the least best. Nebula's character development in this was great. Like starting off as like the villain and then like teaming up with them, but not joining them. Still like on her own. Yondu, his sacrifice will always be remembered. Groot, yeah, I'm always been like confused about that too, because like it's never told that does he keep his memories from before. So yeah, to this day, I still like also like don't know. Is that like Groot Jr. or is that like him? But yeah, Mantis was a good addition. Like I like how they introduced like members of the Guardians like in like different in like the feature movies, and they become like a member of the team. I always like that. Drax is still the funniest character. Like I just rewatched this movie like I think like a week ago, and I remember just laughing so hard at some of his scenes, like especially the one where he was like she just admitted all your deepest darkest secrets. Yeah, and then the low light about this movie is like okay, so when the first Guardians movie came out, and that's when I learned about the Guardians. So I like reading more comics. So going into the second movie, I knew like the lore of like Guardians. So it was kind of like jarring to me to say that Ego was his father and not Jason. And the whole like thing of like Planet Spartax that just doesn't exist. But then also questions me because why is Peter's middle name Jason in these movies? Because usually his middle name is Jason because that's his like that's like the English version of his father's name, Jason. And they tease that in the first movie. So like it's kind of like jarring to see like how like they changed such like an important part of Peter's backstory of originally being like the king of a planet to actually like being a like half celestial, half planet guy. But yeah, and
it feels like when we get to the next appearance of Star Lord, it feels like they forgot about that because technically it was like half celestial. He'd have like insane. I know they technically in the film say he's lost that ability, when he severs the connection to Ego's core. But I'm just like, still, he was able to hold. Yeah, I think obviously there's. I think James Gunn has spoke about how the appearance of his characters in other films don't usually match with what he's developed as his versions of like they were completely like Star-Lord doing we'll get to that part but yeah, there's definitely discrepancies when different directors get the characters versus when it's the director that they, introduce the characters and written the characters when they're doing it, because it's like different visions. But yeah,
I would have loved to see like an adaptation of Jason because we haven't gotten like a adaptation outside the comics of his actual father and like the whole like Planet Spartax thing. That's only like been like in the comics.
it's been referenced in the Guardians Galaxy game.
Yeah, it was referenced, but it, but we're not getting a sequel, which is like no. But yeah, in the game, his father is Jason, and like a king, and I was like hoping like we get to see him. I was like hoping and praying.
Yeah.
We don't. But yeah,
Those were your highlights and lowlights for Guardians Galaxy Volume 2.
yes.
Awesome. And Ashwan, what are your not your Guardians, what is your highlights and lowlights of Guardians Galaxy Volume 2?
Well, so Phase 3 is starting off with a bang. I'm not saying this is the best out of the three, but I just feel like we get Civil War, Doctor Strange, then this, and at the time I did like all three. I do still like this, but of course it isn't the best of the trilogy. But it's still like from going from one to this, it's still like a good sequel, even though it isn't as good as one. It was still kind of a good way to like bring these characters back, and also you get like some certain characters that even though they're in the movie and then not really shown again. Like for instance, one of the ones that I don't know why, but I just found really funny was Taserface, and that's just the most like odd character that I was just like, okay, pretty cool, but he was a major part of this. And like it's just like one thing I do kind of like about this. Even I know that you two are mentioning it, but the fact that with Ego and like how he is as a villain, he is he's a proper villain, as in like in the sense of that he does some crazy stuff. Like the fact that he literally straight up says to Peter that he's the reason why his mum died, and like all that stuff. Even though like it is the most like craziest thing of like if he was, I could see like if he got way more screen time, I could see him like a lot of people loving him a bit more because of just how he is and how he acts and how like certain ways he presents himself, and also of course is Kurt Russell, and so it's kind of just weird seeing him. But yeah, I just like the characters we get from this as well. We get Mantis, we get a bit more of Nebula, and actually like means that she's like a main focal point of this team going forward, and we know that we're going to see more of her. Of course, we get the whole start, the whole Adam Warlock thing. Of course, we do end up getting it in the next film, but whether we'll see him again is a question. And it's just like my main things, well, my main like lowlights or the main problem with all the Guardians films that I have, or not that, well, kind of, but depend on how you think of it, is because James Gunn is not a part of it anymore. It then means that all these films have a bit of a low light to them because you don't know if you're going to see them anymore. And so it's kind of just the case that even though it's a good trilogy, it's the case that oh yeah, like even though we get them in Infinity Wars and Endgame and all this stuff, like even though it said the legendary Star-Lord will return, will he return, or will he just like do another Super Mario movie or something? Like it's just
Maybe. I mean, I think we definitely should, like, when we do discussion about our theories of like Doomsday, and I think there's a discussion about Star-Lord, because yeah, that whole line of legendary Star-Lord will return, and we're almost to the point we're close to Doomsday, and we know like not everyone's in Doomsday, but yeah, what's happening with Star-Lord? Because like we know we're not going to get the Guardians. It feels like you said, because James Gunn's not involved, no one's going to touch them, because they'll be like, I don't know, or they might be kind of like pushed to the side. Like it's an unfortunate thing, and I do think you are right of like there's some kind of dampening side of like the Guardians films, because as itself, great films, but as part of the universe, yes, like the first film introduces the Celestials and like brings that into the universe, and that's still relevant. Even then, we'll get to that film. We'll get to that film one day. It's crazy how a lot of the cosmic side of the MCU is very much untapped and forgotten, unfortunately. We'll get to that in Infinity War. We'll get to that point. But yeah, did you think it was really cool to see kind of like the original versions of the Guardians of the Galaxy, somewhat of like Sylvester Stallone's team? Because you know, I think like you three, I had no clue about the comic versions apart from their recent run before the MCU when it was the Annihilation story, where you had the new Star-Lord with his blue and red outfit, which we'll see. It took them 3 films to get that outfit, but hey, it's fine. But like I only remember that team, and obviously Drax, Gamora, and Rocket, and obviously in I think we talked about how they appeared in Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, but it was a different lineup. So it's like, and like Star-Lord is very different. He's not the cocky ladies man kind of thing.
He's serious.
Yeah, he's very serious. He's like, my name's Star-Lord. we're part of the Guardians of the Galaxy, blah blah. It's like, oh damn. And the fact that, like, I don't know, this is a fun fact for you all. The original Guardians team were from the future. Straight up. Like, or no, actually, one member was from the future. But obviously the team had Yondu with his, because obviously the MCU has him just whistling, but in the comics it was a bow and arrow situation. Yeah. And he was a lot younger. He's not Michael Rooker. It's all comics. He was clean shaved with that, clear blue skin. There was no kind of like wrinkles and whatnot. Had the big mohawk, which I love how this film gives him the proper mohawk. Because like in the previous film, it's like more of like a square. It's more of like a little tube. But like the rest of the team were kind of like, you had Charlie 27, who was just this big, huge kind of like guy with like a machine gun. And, they chose a perfect actor for this role. I don't know about Martin X's powers, but insane if we get those figures, because we do have OG Yondu comic form in figure form. We have Star-Lord in his first appearance look, which is an underrated look, by the way. I'd love to see that in the MCU if they go with that with Star-Lord's like solo run, rather than him with the jacket and everything. I know it was part of this phase, but Star-Lord with a helmet, an outfit, kind of slaps. And the member that was from the future was called Vance Astro, which kind of relates to Civil War because his younger self from the present time, aka Justice, was part of the New Warriors, not the team that eventually caused, the Civil War event. If you know that story, it doesn't end well with a lot of them. But yeah, Vance Astro was Justice from the future, and he had a Captain America shield. I still have the figure. I'm like really hoping we get the comic version of the Guardians, both a new version of the current team, but also the old team. But anyway, that's enough talking about action figures. Also, we do see the figures that we did get from this movie. We had the whole box set, which I think was great because you get Groot in both his movie 1 look and his like baby Groot looks, as well as you got Ego, Mantis, and Nebula, because I don't think Nebula was released for the first film, so it's pretty good, and she came with like a hand attachment. But before we I found the image for Caecilius, by the way. It took some time, but behold, Caecilius.
Yeah, I remember seeing that for the first time, and I was like, "This is him."
He looks like Hellfire Hank, but he took off the mask and got more orange on him. I need someone to do this custom right now, please. But yeah, let's get straight to ranking. I just had to share it. Gosh, I know there's looks of like recent comics where he just looks like generic guy with a hood and magic power, but this will always be iconic. just this. But anyway, let's get straight into ranking Guardians Galaxy Volume 2. Now this one's a bit tricky as we had different like feelings of this film. Like Zion, you said it was not your favorite out of the trilogy, but then again, it's how you said, like a trilogy. It's always hard ranking them because they all have different things. But what do you guys think? Where does Guardians of the Galaxy fall in this category?
Maybe it's A or B. It's one of the two.
Okay. Ashwan, do you think A or B?
I don't honestly know what to think because it's still like a strong movie, but it's just like the fact that we have 1-3. But still at the same time, I feel like most movies in this phase, apart from maybe some, are in A tier. But then you can just go about them where we just rank them what we think is better. I do still think this is a very good movie.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, B is not even like, oh, it's rubbish. It's still a good film. But like when I think because it's the sequel of the original one, and I think it has definitely a different watch compared to the first one. But I think for now, I'm gonna put it on B. But it's like a high B, and it could be eventually moved because we still have so many films. But yeah, looks like a PE teacher from hell. Sorry. Well, yeah. Look at him, iconic. Maybe this is our channel mascot. You know how Dano has the Hellfire Hank? We got Caecilius.
We each get a Caecilius custom.
Come on. Oh, no way is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 is beneath Strange One. It could be moved. Don't worry, Flapuma TV. It could be moved. Just for now. Actually, you know what? Yeah, because that is a bit mean. I think I'm going to put it back on A. Let me put that back on the screen. Yeah, we're going to put it on A. I'm just going to keep it there for now. We'll get back to it because there's a lot of films and we're still at the good part. Still at the good part. So
it'll be long before we get to the bad part.
Yeah.
Well, not bad.
Yeah. But now we have Spider-Man Homecoming. Woo! And of course, right now, the time of recording, it is Spider-Man Brand New Day weekend or week. So we're not going to give spoilers for that film, but obviously we're going to be talking about that next week. Make sure you tune into that because we've got some opinions. But anyway, this is the first Spider-Man movie of the MCU. We have Tom Holland's Peter Parker, as he navigates his sort of like journey post-Civil War. So it's very much a sequel to Civil War, but it's seeing how his character develops from, having this tech, being like, oh, I can, like, trying to prove himself to be an Avenger, very much on the sidelines of being like, I want to be like Iron Man, kind of like trying to get that approval of, someone who's like a father figure to him. But of course, one of the things that this film introduced is damage control. And we'll see that later on. Trust me, we'll see how that becomes a thing. But, of course, the villain is kind of like responding to like damage control taking over, jobs. And we have the introduction of Vulture, played by none other than the iconic Batman, Michael Keaton. Great choice. You also had Tinkerer, very underrated character. Wish we got to see him more in the MCU. Kind of like maybe developing equipment for the villains because he is kind of that is his character. We could have seen him in other Spider-Man films, to be fair. Yeah. And then obviously Shocker 2, because we did get Shocker 1, but he got obliterated. And fun fact, it's a very famous actor now, but probably at the time wasn't really like doing so well, or like he was coming up. I don't want to say he wasn't doing so well. He still doing bits, but after this film, he got better films, and you were like, "Oh my god, I know this guy." Wait, he was in Homecoming as the first Shocker who gets obliterated to shit. Like, what the hell? And he had the coat. He looked like Shocker. But yeah, of course, they're part of this squad of like then selling like weapons from the event of the Battle of New York. So they got like Shitari weapons and everything. So that's how they got their weapons. You also have the introduction to the CEO. Everybody now say CEO in the chat. CEO, CEO, with Ned Leeds. Not yet CEO yet. We will mention it in the next film. But we have him. And then obviously we do get an introduction to yes, there we go. CEO. Gosh, if you mention that to someone like without any knowledge, they'll be like, "What are you talking about?" And then when you realize what the full title is, oh boy. But we have him. We have the introduction to Michelle. MJ, who's pretty much. We do have a figure from her. Shout again to MMC Fan on Instagram, who did this kind of like compilation of the figures that we've gotten so far. Pretty good. We've got Peter Parker, Ned, MJ, and we got a few different outfits for Spider-Man, so that's pretty cool. We also did get Vulture twice. One in like a more deluxe offering with the wings, and then the other one was a Build-A-Figure sort of assortment. And probably one of Iron Man's most underrated looks in the MCU, which technically it's more of like a redeco of his like Civil War outfit, but the color scheme absolutely slaps because it's very much representing the Ultimate Universe Iron Man in terms of color. It doesn't have the weird goofy helmet that armor used to have, and then later on it got a nice helmet, like the eyes really. And of course with this film we got the introduction that is now playing off, and that is Scorpion, aka Matt Gargan. Geez, how long did that take? But yes, of course, Homecoming does end with two funny end credit scenes. Well, we do have the return of Pepper Potts and the announcement of marriage after Spider-Man rejects being part of the Avengers. We get this suit introduction, by far the worst Spider-Man suit in the MCU. Oh, that's a big take for me. Ha ha. And of course the funny like really post credit scene with Captain America basically telling us you waited for nothing. But yes, this was the introduction for Spider-Man. Yes, I think one of the things we'll definitely get to lowlights and highlights, but Ashwan, what do you think? What are your lowlights and highlights for Spider-Man Homecoming?
I'd say like lowlights I can think of, because to be fair, when this came out, I did love it a lot. But just the main lowlight, and it is kind of a lowlight with everything to do with Spider-Man in the MCU up until Brand New Day, is that he is basically just Tony Jr. And I get it. Like, it's an easy way just to put him in. And to be fair, most of his films, I like in the Home trilogy, I do like them. Other than the middle one's a bit iffy, but I do like they're all right in some certain senses. But it's kind of annoying that like every film, like the main villain's motif is literally because they don't like Tony Stark. Like, it's not because they want to do something else, and Spider-Man is just like, okay, you're a bad guy, I'll take you down. No, they don't like Tony Stark, and so it kind of ties in that way. And so I don't mind it too much. Like Vulture's a pretty cool villain, even though he's more like geared up and he's got all the Chitauri gear and he's got like he's more Gen Z, like he's more MC, not really Gen Z, but he's more MCUified Vulture than he is like a old man in a like got feathers and kind of thing. But it's like it is what it is, and I do, of course, Michael Keaton, personally, my favorite Batman, and so it was kind of cool seeing him. And then of course we got Shocker 1 and Shocker 2, so pretty cool. But and also just that actor alone, I think I've seen him in other stuff before, and he's a pretty decent actor at what he does, and so just cool to see him, even though like he's not really a main thing, but just like funny to see like certain characters as part of these part of this little crew, and then maybe they lead to something later, which I'm just gonna say it, they don't. But like a lot of some of this stuff don't really lead anywhere, and Vultures Vultures having some friendly meetings with Morbius. That's talk for another day. That's
well, no, technically we did discuss it. We did discuss it in our Sony rank the movies, because Vulture did appear in that. Morbius will.
I don't know what to think about that, but anyways, like the highlights though, like it's just I do love this film, and I do love seeing like Tom Holland. For me, as much as I love Toby and I love Andrew, after watching Brand New Day, I know of course we're talking about it next week, but when watching like certain films of his, like personally for me, Tom is my Spider-Man now, and I just feel like the age sells it for me as well. Like as much as Toby and Andrew did play Peter Parker and Spider-Man like well, I just feel like Tom Holland just every time, even though like it took us 10 years to get a proper street level Spider-Man, for him to just be Spider-Man at such a young age and to like keep it going, I just feel like his age just helps so much with it, and it just sells it more of like him being in high school and him like going through stuff. And like for instance, I know that some people's minor gripes with this film, not really mine personally, but I get if it was to be yours, is that I heard someone say that the main reason why I don't like this film is because Spider-Man isn't really doing too much. Like everything he's getting beaten down, he's not doing really anything. Everything he's doing wrong, like the boat the boat literally gets pulled apart. He can't really do anything. Like when he's not really doing that many cool stuff throughout the film, but I kind of was every time I watch it, and just when I watched it first time, I just thought, I mean, it's Spider-Man. He's my favorite character. He's doing cool stuff. Like you get to see this Vulture character, even though like you have this Tony Stark shadow behind him. Like to have Tony Stark as your mentor is kind of cool. And like just to, even though Scorpion took 10 years to come to fruition, you have Ned, you have the CEO, you have like the best thing to come out of Spider-Man, Ned. You have Michelle Jones, not Mary Jane Watson, but you have Michelle Jones. So change that up, and also it's not Peter's first love interest because I can't remember her name.
Liz Allen.
That's it. You have Liz Allen, who happens to be the daughter of Vulture. So pretty crazy for that goes
That
somewhere.
was a crazy plot twist. Like, not gonna lie, watching it again, I was just like, I didn't expect it. Like, I knew obviously, like from watching it beforehand, but like seeing it again, I was still caught off guard. I was just like, wait, what? What? Yeah.
Also, like the main thing that I always kind of find funny, and it's kind of a good thing, but I don't know what to think about it. It's kind of annoying in the sense that I just thought about it in my head that most villains, when like, because I'm pretty sure he says, I can't remember exactly, but don't in this and in No Way Home, like they like kind of know, like not maybe not straight off the bat, but some point in the film that he is Peter Parker. Like, it's kind of
Yeah.
revealed. Like, did
Yeah.
both of them before, like, they actually get to, like, the third act or anything. They both know
Yeah.
that he is him. And it kind
Yeah.
of just, like, I get it, but at the same time, it's kind of annoying that every villain that Tom goes up against, they know
Nobody
that he's
knows who
Peter
he is.
Parker.
Yeah, and it
So,
like it kind of destroys his whole anonymous hero vigilante kind of thing. But we'll definitely get into that because like that is also a topic of like for the next film. But like, yeah, but definitely for these two films or three films, really, like what at some point it becomes the main plot, and it's just like you're supposed to be a vigilante. You're not like Iron Man who had to, who is now like a public facing character and doesn't reveal his identity. It's like it is one of the cruxes of the MCU, the lack of secret identities. Because we'll definitely like we talked about it like in our Daredevil discussion, so make sure you check that out because like in Born Again, he reveals his identity, and it's just like what the fuck? He's supposed to be a secret identity character. Why? Why? There's no one else in the MCU apart from now Spider-Man. But even then, but yeah, like it is one of the crux of the film. Well, the Spider-Man trilogy, also the MCU. But yeah, Zion, what about you? What were your lowlights and highlights of Spider-Man: Homecoming?
When this movie came out, I didn't see it. Like this is some of the Marvel. I didn't watch every Marvel movie because I wasn't like into it. Like at the MCU when I was like a little kid, I didn't get into it. I was like a teenager. I only saw some of them. So I actually had it Spider-Man: Homecoming on like DVD and Blu-ray because at the time during COVID it wasn't on like Disney Plus. That's why movies. So it's just like something that I just had it physically, and I love this movie. This movie is amazing. It is for a while until Brand New Day. This was my favorite MCU Spider-Man movie because this movie is it's street level. You can't say that for Far From Home and No Way Home that they're street level. In this movie, and like thinking about it, like yeah, there are some grasp with this movie about the whole like Iron Boy Jr. thing. But that's mainly for like Far From Home. That's when like Far From Home like takes it. We'll get there too. But Homecoming, it makes sense because like Peter in Civil War, he was telling Tony that he didn't want to go. He wanted to like stay like in New York fighting like street thugs and all that stuff. But then when he got a taste of that like Avengers life, you gotta remember he was 14 in Civil War. It's like you just got powers for like 6 months. You're a 14-year-old kid. You go and like literally team up and fight some of the Avengers, and you come back to like school and all that stuff. I get it. Like that was a very good like character arc for like Spider-Man, and he's like 15 in his movie, so it's still like it was still like it made sense. It was very like a good storyline, so I can like defend this movie when it comes to like the old like relying on like Tony and all that stuff. Because I mean, it made sense for his character development, and by the end of the movie, this is where he like wants to stay on the ground, help the little guy like and all that stuff. And the villains in this movie was like great, like Vulture, Michael Keaton. I remember when I first saw him, I was like, Michael Keaton, that's Batman from the '80s movies. That's Chick Hicks from Cars. That's Ken from Toy Story 3. I know this guy. And it was cool to see like other like villains that we know aren't going to be like main villains like a movie like Shocker and Tinkerer. It was cool to see them, and I always liked how like it's like clever because like Vulture, Vultures like pick up after like the dead animals and like and all that stuff. But this Vulture picks up after the battles of like picks up like the extra tech and extra like products after like the battles and like the dead Jatari aliens, the dead Ultron sentries and all that stuff. I always found that to be clever how they like tied that in to his name. And then how like the Tinkerer, they did him well, making all the tech for the hero, from not heroes, the villains, and then they selling them on like the black market. Like this is like true street level stuff that we wouldn't see in like any other movies. Only in like a Spider-Man movie about how like the street level villains, how they would like adapt from like all like the big stuff that happens. I really like that, and the whole twist about him being Liz's dad. Like no one Liz Allen, especially when I'm watching like Spectacular Spider-Man and reading the comics. We know she's related to like a villain, but Molten Man isn't in the MCU, so it was like, okay, we all know that she's related to someone, and we have this guy who says he's trying to support his family. So like, and like you don't want to believe it until you, so like you're still like caught off guard, even when you like know something's up. Yeah, I really like how they did that, and his classmates were like, this Spider-Man. I like how his classmates are like the side characters. That's something like they really like didn't do with the Toby and Andrew. Have where like they show like classmates and have them like kind of like flesh out them, like Betty Brant. I like how they set her up to be like a newscaster, but in this movie having her report on like the school news. That was very clever.
Yeah, but I think like she has a good development of like, you know, we'll see it in the next film how she's still kind of like that, but then she gets a little bit more character there. But like the fact that they're already setting characters up in the background rather than like, you know, having them not appear kind of thing.
Yeah, because that was something you couldn't do with the other two. They were already like graduating high school. Like Toby literally graduated like half the way through the first movie.
Yeah.
So like they couldn't. Well, this movie stays throughout high school, like the whole one. Some of the low lights I'll say about this movie is like just sometimes his suit just looks too CGI instead of having like in like actual suit, and I hate that because like I like the trilogy. His red and blue suit is my like favorite Tom Holland suit of this trilogy. So it's kind of like annoying to see like how they could just have like actual suit instead of trying to like CGI it a lot. And then I can't really think of like a bunch of like low lights that really hasn't been covered. But another thing that I can't say about like positive, how like people say that he's always like messing up, but he's still like he's like 14, 15, so like he's still learning. He was still like his like first year of like really crime fighting, and Vulture was his like first like villain, so like it'll make sense. And he's younger. Like Toby fought his first villain after he graduated. Andrew fought his first villain senior year. But this guy's like his sophomore year of high school.
Yeah.
So it would make sense of how he was still like he wouldn't really know, and he's learning. But yeah. Overall, this movie is very good, and it deserves it deserves very praise and recognition because how like they brought Spider-Man into the MCU without having to do origin. They just brought him in.
That is one of the things like you know that they did. They didn't do Uncle Ben. Pretty much no reference to him apart from a few kind of like Easter eggs. Like they say like, oh, what May's been through. So it's like, oh, idea that somehow Uncle Ben is not in the picture. Obviously, when you look at different universes that are like set in the same era, like Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, that has a twist that Uncle Ben's in prison. And we don't know what for, but we'll find out in the next one.
I thought that was his dad. Or
was it? I have no clue. I thought it was Uncle Ben, but it might be Richard Parker.
Yeah, because I remember that I saw it when this first aired, so like my memory was kind of like fuzzy with it. But I remember they said like Uncle Ben died of like a sickness or something, and Peter's dad was in prison.
Okay, yeah, we'll see. I can't wait for season 2, but yeah, for Puma TV, Homecoming does a good job of showcasing Midtown High and Peter's friends that aren't superheroes. The innocent high school vibes are a great change of pace from the big stakes from Civil War. I almost thought he said CW, and I was like, wait, what?
Flash.
And beyond. Yes, that's true. Yeah, because like you said, I think one of the things that were kind of like shafted in the other, Spider films is school life. How juggling it between him being Spider-Man and being a student. Like in this film, he's like, I don't care about being a student. My whole thing is I want to be an Avenger. But like how
It makes sense.
yeah, no, it makes sense as like a young hero. You get pulled up for one mission, and then you kind of like you're on that high of like, I want to do more. I want to do more, but like you're just waiting.
Because he was going going a little crazy during Civil War, like stopping Bucky's hand,
Yeah.
taking. He had that day to take down Giant Man. He was fighting Scarlet Witch when they first clashed. Like,
yeah,
he was pretty good.
To be fair, like there's a definitely a scale difference between that Spider-Man and the Spider-Man we see in Homecoming, because it's like Homecoming, he's very like he's got that Peter luck of like the fact that there is not much luck for him. Like he's like throwing around, he's like hitting cars and everything. He's making a lot of mistakes. Whereas like when you see him in Civil War, he's kind of like he has knowledge and he's able to think on the battlefield kind of situation. But yeah, like I think highlights for me is like you have a strong development of Peter Parker, kind of like seeing that he is strong with himself. You don't have to prove to Iron Man that you have what it takes, and gaining that kind of independent thing rather than relying on the suit. Like, because especially, I don't know about you, but I love his homemade suit. It's very on the nose of like almost a Scarlet Spider. So you could see like a potential, if they ever do the Clone Saga, that Ben Reilly potentially having a blue version of the hoodie, but then obviously having a red undersuit, not like the pajama that he has there, but some aspect of that, because it's like it's so early, and like the fact that he goes back to it because he's lost the rights to the suit, but he lost the rights. He was like, no, you can't have that. And then the fact that it's like, like he learns kind of like it's a very good movie for his development and his supporting cast. Of course, I think we've all talked about like the downside of like having your villain basically be an Iron Man villain in terms of motivation, and he's just taking it out on Spider-Man. Feels wrong, and we'll definitely it's definitely a thing that's going to repeat when we get to the next one. But I think I'm the only one that really doesn't like Flash Thompson. He's a bit of a waste. I mean, I'm sure like I get it. Like I say I get it, but like bullies are supposed to be imposing, and I know like you can have bullies who can bully you with like just verbal and like it be like kind of like that bullying. So it's a different take of bullying rather than the whole I'm a muscle bound goofball who secretly loves Spider-Man. I do like that they kept that. He loves Spider-Man, but he's like, I don't know. I feel like they should have chosen it. Like, look, I'm happy to see someone of my complexion be in the MCU, but I wish he had a little bit more to be a bully rather than just being like a jokester. We're not looking for Joker here. We're looking for Flash Thompson, the bully, who eventually is, he's a muscle guy who eventually goes towards the path of, serving the army and then becoming Agent Venom. I don't see this for this spoiled brat we have, and the fact that like we'll get to No Way Home. We'll get to No Way Home with his last, that thing. But yeah, that's
one thing that I think about with that Flash Thompson. He was on the decathlon team, so like it would have been better if they actually like twisted and made him like an academic rival for Peter.
Yeah, and the thing is, they kind of had it, but they kind of were like, he's just a bully, not like, oh, I'm smart and that's where I challenge you. Not like he's just calling him names like, "Sup, Penis Parker," or this stupid. He's just giving him nicknames, and I'm just like, can you be different? Because the Flash Thompsons we got in the previous films, we got former Deathstroke / big boy in the kind of like Dungeons and Dragons situation, Joe Mangalingo. Joe, I can't say his last name. I'm sorry, but from the Toby universe, no one will fight me neither. And he's just a bully. Like he's just straight up a bully.
A
And
cartoon.
but then because you don't see anything of him loving Spider-Man. He's just a bully, and that's it. Like we only get to see him that point, and then we see him graduate, but that's it. Nothing else. And then we get the Amazing Spider-Man universe.
That's the best one.
That's the best one so far, where he's a bully, but he has a moment where he's like, "Yo, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro." To when obviously Uncle Ben dies, and he actually is a human being. He's not like, and we do see him like develop into this kind of like friend to Peter Parker, and I'm like, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. And like, it just feels like a missed opportunity for this Flash Thompson, like that he was just calling names. That's it. And yeah, there you go. We're talking way too much on Flash Thompson. But, yeah. He's not even the CEO, even though he's the rich guy. But anyway, let's get straight to ranking Spider-Man Homecoming, as we still got a lot of films, so let's pick up the pace. Whatcha? Where are we going to put Spider-Man Homecoming? Do we think it's an A, or do we think it's a B? I know Damien said none, but Spider-Man Homecoming gets an A tier from me.
I agree.
Think so? And would you say it's better than Guardians Volume 2 and Doctor Strange, or do you think it's an in-betweener?
We all get that Spider-Man bias, but we gotta think rationally.
What about you, Ashwan?
It's the same with Zion. It's Spider-Man. He's my favorite character, and so it's kind of hard not to put it above the other two.
Okay, we'll put it there for now, and then we'll navigate further. Because, I'm not sure. Like, I definitely think A is a good choice for him. It's a great introduction to him, and as in of his universe and his characters did a lot. But heck yeah, better. I agree. Yeah. Okay, so now let's get from Spider-Man Homecoming, the first in a trilogy, to the second, well, the third in a trilogy is So we have Thor Ragnarok, baby. Oh boy. Of course, this was directed by Taika Waititi, where he created he self-inserted himself in this film as Korg. I'm trying to hold off. But one of the things this film has is that it kind of gives Thor some respect. It's technically the storyline of Ragnarok, kinda, but it's really a mix of two films. As we obviously get the introduction of Hela, and then who's played by, is it Kate Blanchett?
Yeah,
there you go. There's two blonde actresses that in the MCU and the British, and I'm like, what the hell? I can't tell. But obviously, Kate Blanchett is Hela, who they've changed in the MCU. Instead of being Loki's daughter, they've decided to make her Thor and Loki's sister, elder sister, as she was banished by Odin for being too, spicy and vicious. Maybe not the spicy part, but there's some appeal. And then she's released after we get this fun scene of like Thor being like chained up next to Surtur, but he's not like fully formed. And then we do get, fully formed Surtur, but then we have this thing where Odin is like, "Peace out, boys, I'm out," and then she shows up, breaking Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and you have that kind of like Thor kind of questioning himself of like, I have no hammer, therefore I am weak boy. I have no power. And Loki's just like, what are you on about, dude? And the fact that like Asgard is pretty much fucked up. Like you've got like Hela's forces kind of like destroying Asgard, and we do see the death of like majority. I'm pretty sure all of the Warriors 3. I don't think we see Volstag's death. I think we definitely see like, oh, we do. Okay, yeah. We get
when she first arrives, she kills Volstagg and Hogan.
Yeah, and then Faendal's like next.
Yeah, he's the one that gets the whole like monologue before he dies.
So sad. And then like the fact that like we do have, technically he's not pictured here. Again, thank you MMC fan for doing this checklist. Believe me, trying to find the figures of certain films is insane. So I'm happy he does this, and I hope he continues to do more, because he hasn't done them all yet. Because obviously there's still figures coming out and that stuff. But of course, this film introduces us to a Carl Urban as Scourge, aka in the comic Executioner. Bit of a, he does okay. I think comic Scourge, which we now have a Build-A-Figure, a more up-to-date Build-A-Figure of him. He's a big boy, and he's usually related to Enchantress, who hasn't made an appearance in the MCU, and I doubt she will now, because technically, like, Sylvie's kind of taken that place. It's a bit icky. But of course, from the Asgard kind of like collapsing sort of situation, or being taken over by Hela, we see Thor being transported or trying to flee, and he gets stuck in Sakaar, where the Grandmaster, aka played by the one and only Jeff Goldblum. What is this? The MCU carrying like A-list actors? What? Crazy. And he has created, the sort of like the game situation of like champions fighting each other, which we do get to see a certain Jolly Green Giant now there. All of a sudden, as the champion, Gladiator Hulk enters, and we're like, whoa. How'd this happen?
He's a friend from work.
He's a friend from work. And we can't stick with like, oh, let's see how he got here. We just have to assume, like, obviously they show the ship from Avengers 2 that he was on, and somehow he returned. But he ended up at Sakaar and becoming Gladiator Hulk. And we do get to see some good development for Hulk. Fair enough. We do also get to see Thor's hideous haircut. Gee, I wonder if that will be carried over to a few other films. Foreshadow. And of course, we get the introduction to Taika Waititi's self-insert character, although Korg is a character in the comics, and we have seen his race in the MCU, looking more iconic to the comic version of Korg, with the yellow kind of like almost Thing-esque look, but a little bit like saturation down. I mean, Thing's orange. Why did I say he's yellow? I don't know. I'm colorblind. But like, yeah, we get Taika Waititi's version of Korg, give or take. You love it or you hate it. I hate it. And of course, we have Valkyrie, who is one of the last Valkyries of her lot, because most of her Valkyrie like soldiers were killed by Hela. So she's been in Sakaar just drinking away, not caring all the day. And then obviously they come back to Asgard. Thor regains his sort of self-power, empowerment situation. He becomes the god of thunder. Doesn't need a hammer. And he pretty much fights in the film without a hammer. But it's all a way, instead of trying to kill Hela because she's a god, you can't really kill her, they unleash the beast that is Surtur, aka voiced by none other than Krusty Krabs. Which, honestly, hell yeah. I mean, he's my favorite Lex Luthor. Well, second favorite Lex Luthor. I don't want to contradict myself. He's the animated Lex Luthor, but obviously Krusty Krabs. Come on. And he pretty much destroys Asgard. No more Asgard. And the rest are all on, like, they all eventually leave the Asgard on a ship with, you got Heimdall with his long hair, luscious hair, because he no longer has his, armor, which still hasn't been done in figure form, by the way. He did get a figure for Infinity War, which is his look in this film, but we'll get to that. And we see them on their ship, kind of cruising away, being like, "Yay, we survived!"
Ooh.
Or did they? Whoa. I do obviously want to mention that we do get this kind of like play version of the events from Asgard, the tale of Asgard, and we have iconic actors, by the way. We got Matt Damon as fake Loki. I mean, what? I mean, he's crazy. Then we have, I think this is actually another Hemsworth. It's not Liam Hemsworth, but it's his other brother who's playing Thor. On the nose, ha ha ha. And then, unfortunately, we do have the late, I think it's Sam Neill playing Odin here, as he has passed just recently. I'm pretty sure it's Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let me get that correct. I want to make sure I'm being correct. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he played, I think it was for 2 films as Odin. Let me double check. Oh no, it's just he played Odin, fake Odin for Ragnarok as part of the play. Them telling the tale and that stuff. So there you go. And you have this crazy monument in Sakaar, which have iconic characters. We have obviously Hulk at the top, and then next to him on this on the right side, I believe that's supposed to be Ares. Maybe it might be, maybe not be. We'll talk about Ares in another film. But on the other side, we have Beta Ray Bill, the most iconic character in Thor's mythos, the replacer Thor, if you will, who sometimes is even stronger than Thor and more worthy. And we'll definitely see his weapon in another film, but unfortunately it doesn't look great. And then some other characters, but we also do have Beast here with the 2 heads on the bottom right. And I believe in the middle, that is Man-Thing. This predates his introduction from Werewolf by Night. So somehow he was a gladiator on Sakaar, and then he was just like, "Nah, let me go out, go back to Earth somehow." But yes, Thor Ragnarok, crazy entry that kind of gives respect to Thor, but has some hints to some bad decisions later on. But before we get that, Damon Story says, if MCU Scourge consists of Marvel Legends Scourge body, but I added Avalanche head and Yip to be, it looks badass. Oh, to me it looks badass. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But would you guys so we'll go Zion, what are your highlights and lowlights? Very quickly on this. I know we got a crazy one up next.
I like this. This is like the best Thor movie. I like how it's like a different, like not different, but like a more like not as serious outing of with Thor and Hela. I like her as a villain. She's probably like the best main villain out the quadrilogy. Um, Loki's just what can we say about Loki? Loki's one. His character development is one of the best, and Loki it is always like some of the best parts of the movie. Like him and when like Thor and Hulk are like fighting, and then like Hulk like slams Thor down, and they have Loki have like PTSD. He's like, that is heat. That's top notch. And speaking on Hulk, I think this is the start where like Hulk start like go down in the MCU because I know there's still like Savage Hulk, but he kind of acts like a man child after like the
Yeah,
battle, and like
yeah,
Hulk, he's not like a just like a dumb brute like baby. He he's actual character. He's like a pretty like smart character. So like I didn't like how they had him act like that like after he fought Thor.
mm,
That Thor fight, him and Hulk, that was visually like good. Now we have like each Avenger fighting at least somebody. We had like Cat versus Tony, Black Widow versus Hawkeye. Now we got Thor versus Loki. It's like this is something cool to think about. Um, some of the low lights is Korg. I didn't really like him in the movie, and how they killed off the Warriors 3. I don't like that either. No mention of Sif. Like
yeah,
we don't know like where's it is she? She's like off
yeah,
world or they no mention of her. They kind of had like Valkyrie replace her a little,
yeah,
and it's just like both of them are like such like strong female characters, and that's the one thing that I kind of don't like is how they like shaft some female characters for others when like if they're like two good ones, then both of them can like be in the movie and like have like a presence.
mm,
But also like Jane, Eric, and Darcy. I know that they aren't like the best parts of the Dortmunds, but they were still like good like fun characters. And like
yeah,
Jane just has one mention, and it's just
yeah.
like
Right.
it's easily missable. Like people can easily like miss that and like not know where like what happened to her.
Yeah.
So
It
that's
seems
also
like for Dark World, there's only one mention of Jane apart from this film, which is in Avengers 2, when like
Mhm.
Thor's like bragging that Jane's a Nobel Prize winner, blah 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 kind of thing, and like that's the only reference. But then we don't actually see her. Like it would have been cool to see her in that film, but I guess maybe it was a thing of like contract for Natalie Portman to come back. Because even then, like when we get to Love and Thunder in the next phase, it took a lot to get her back in. I mean, technically, we do see her in another film before that, but
Hmm.
yeah, Ashwan, what do you think? What are your quick highlights and lowlights for Thor Ragnarok?
I mean, highlights is Thor, of course. Just because, like, even though he doesn't have the hammer, like, it kind of means like he has the whole like thing of like proving himself
Mm,
because like he actually is. He isn't just the god of hammers. He's the god of lightning and thunder, and so like he actually has that whole thing. Has like the massive fight scene on the bridge, and
yeah,
I love that with the whole Led Zeppelin as well. And like low light is of course like one of the low lights. I mean, another highlight as well. Actually, I'll go on to that. Is for me Hulk. Because I love the character a lot, and just to see him do cool stuff again, and also like up until of course a certain film, this was my favorite on-screen Hulk, like in the MCU, just because I liked that he was just like beating up people. He's like more of like a gladiator, and also when you look at the podium and look what people like he defeated, it's actually kind of like pretty crazy. Because if that means he would have had to, or maybe had to be Ares or Beta Ray Bill, it proves how powerful MCU Hulk is. And so, like, it kind of, even though, like, there's some characters in this that we haven't actually properly seen, Beta Ray Bill, like, me and my cousin were literally talking about it the other day. But, yeah, but, like, it's just, when watching this film, I just thought it was so good. Like, the Collector as well. Like, even though he's in it for just, like, certain parts just to do this whole, like, tournament scenario, then he isn't really, like...
Grandmaster.
Okay, Grandmaster, yeah.
They're brothers, which is crazy. We didn't get a scene of them together, but I still have his figure because it's the only representation. Both of them are the only figures of those characters, apart from, I think Collector has a small like comic figure from the Marvel Universe line, but like in general, there's no comic version of Grandmaster, no comic version of Collector in the Marvel Legends line. Crazy.
But yeah, like Grandmaster, just to have an actor like that play the role of it, like, it's just he just like took away some of the performances and just made it kind of like really good. Of course, we have like A-list actor Matt Damon. He steals the show. He gives a great performance, and so like it's just I really liked this film when I first watched it, and I still somewhat like it. But like lowlights wise, like yeah, you could say Carl Urban. I personally like Korg. I get why people wouldn't. But I don't mind Korg too much. And then lowlight with Carl Urban, not anything to shade on Carl Urban, but the main problem that you always or people have, and me sometimes, with the MCU and just any kind of thing that costs a normal bloke for a character that is supposed to be huge.
Massive, yeah.
I get it to an extent because it's kind of hard to
get in that shape.
It's kind of hard to get someone like that big that either isn't like, say for instance they got like a bodybuilder. Most likely the bodybuilder would have been not too good at acting, and so like it's kind of just you know what I mean. It's kind of a hard one to try and combine the two, or then you go fully CGI with it, and so like it's kind of annoying. But just to see Carl Urban in this, and then originally I didn't put 2 and 2 together when The Boys came out, and I completely forgot that this was like they were the same person. Then I was like, what? He's bald and looks like Aang in Thor Ragnarok, and then in The Boys he's got like full hair and he's British. I'm like, what's going on? But,
oh my god, I'd love to do like a Boys retrospective, because like my gosh, that was the show, and then it's now ended. So yeah, is that a good thing? I think you are spot on. Like, it just feels strange to have like when you think of comic executioner, he's usually partnered up with Enchantress. You're like the muscle kind of thing, but also, like we said, he's the muscle. He's a huge boy, not like Carl Urban he's in good shape, but he's not tall. He's not huge. Like, I'm not saying like Hulk huge. I'm saying just like you were saying, bodybuilder. I was just thinking in my head, like, if they got a bodybuilder and he'll be like, hey guys, it's me. I'm executioner. I'm really strong. But he's like this massive guy with this. But then again, like, I know it's a different universe, but the Justice League Snyder cut, or even Justice League normal, they had body acts like stunt actors, or bodybuilders. There you go, bodybuilders play the Greek gods like Ares, Zeus, and those characters didn't speak, sure, but then again, you could always get an actor to voice over. Like, for instance, in a recent thing in Twisted Metal, we had Samoa Joe play Sweet Tooth, but you had Will Arnett voice Sweet Tooth. So there's a world where you can have different people, like have someone voice a character, but you have a big boy as the presence. It could have worked, but then again, his character is pretty much killed off, and you're like,
we're used to it at this point with MCU villains.
yeah, it's a big thing. Villains in the MCU don't last long. Although I would say this film, Hela's still. I don't know if Hela's still alive. We don't know. It's like Set is like destroyed Asgard, but like they could be just fighting each other forever and just being like,
like when Sutter brings down his sword for the first time when Hell's doing this, you can see like it like goes like they're like through her, and she just like
okay,
she's like
so she's bye. Setter's still there, supreme, yay! Cross the
he's
grass.
still.
Damien says like if Dave Bautista wasn't Drax, I'd have him as Scourge. Yeah, would have been a good shout. But let's get I know you know my lowlights. It's Korg, I guess Scourge as well, and I don't know. I think that like a bit of the comedy didn't fall through, but you know it wasn't as comedic as we can see when Taika goes full comedy in a Thor film. But that's a different subject. But before we get to the ranking, I briefly wanted to show what like Civil War Spider-Man used to look like before they CGI'd the hell out of his suit.
Yeah,
this is what we wanted to see of like the raised webbing. Because like, if you let me zoom in here, it's raised webbing. Obviously, you got CGI part like with the joints so that they can make it look more smooth. But like here, it's a very much like raised webbing. But then when you see him in the movie, it's very like it's all been CG'd. Same with them in Homecoming. It's been CG to hell. So that's one issue from like the Spider-Man movies. The costumes don't look like he's worn it until we see, Brand New Day, where you're like, that's actually an outfit he's wearing. Oh. But let's get straight into ranking for Ragnarok. Baby, let's go. So, in my opinion, this film is I would say it goes into C tier.
really.
Yeah. Like it's not bad, but there's definitely like I don't think it's a B. Maybe it's a B tier. I think C might be a bit low for it, but I definitely think for me it's a B tier, not A tier, because like A tier's got some really good films. This one's decent, but there's too many different contradictions in the film, like how it's almost a Planet Hulk film, but the fact that Hulk is acting like a dumb baby child frustrates people like us as Hulk fans. And then the fact that you got Korg. Korg kind of pretty much like lowers it. What do you guys think? Do you think B is respectable, or do you still think it could be an A tier? What do you guys think?
I wouldn't be mad if it was like B tier, but I can see it being like A tier.
Ooh. How about you, Ashwan?
But then again, I can like agree with it being B tier.
Yeah. What do you think, Ashwan?
Yeah, it's just like I feel like with both characters, of course, like Infinity War is the best Thor that I think we've ever got, but this before that was like not like as in looks, because I know he's got short hair and he should really have long hair and all that stuff, but powers wise, like he's doing stuff that you expect the God of Thunder to do. And personally, it was my favourite Hulk until, of course, Brand New Day. I'll just say it. Of course, it's my favourite Hulk until Brand New Day. And so for me, it would be B or A, but I could see it being either two, but I just personally don't think I would put it any lower.
Yeah, I think you're right.
To think what else is on this list, as well as just like movies would put in like below C as well. I think in my head that B and A seems fine.
Yeah, I think I'll keep it at B, but it could move up to a low A. Like it is like I think rethinking of it, it's a good film for Thor. Like it does really good development for him, and Hulk, like you said, is like a beast in that film. Um, yeah, well, yeah, we'll keep it at B for now. Shout out to Damien. He says, "Shout out from me." Whoa, Inception. For the soundtrack of the movie. Yeah, the movie is very like the music sometimes slaps in that film, and I think it's one of the good choices that Taika
Like the opening.
had. And yeah, I'm in A or B, and then yeah, same here, Ashwan. I'm in B now. Yeah, perfect. So from Thor Ragnarok, we get introduced to another solo film. So we're going from like a trilogy to a solo to a trilogy to a solo, and we
Well,
have
this is a trilogy.
well, yeah, no, it's not a trilogy yet. But we do have Black Panther.
Ooh.
Now, I'm gonna Zion. I'm gonna start with you. What is your highlight and low light of Black Panther? Because I know in every stream you always talk about how Black Panther. The film is such an iconic film, and when we get to the other film, we'll definitely talk about that. But you always say like this is an iconic film. I want to give the spotlight to you because you always talk how good this film is.
Starting off with the like the obvious thing, like just like a black superhero, I mean, being represented in such like a good way. Because like before this, we only had Blade, and that was like, and that did his thing, like starting at Marvel, and that's like like that gets his own praise for that. But this Black Panther movie gets his praise for being like the like first real like popular black superhero movie that hit, and
Yeah.
they did it in such like a good job with T'Challa having like he debuted in Civil War, having his solo movie, trying to take the legacy of like his father, like Black Panther, trying to be like that king of Wakanda, and especially like since like a young age, because I think he's like in his early 20s. Like they never actually like confirm his age.
No, yeah, like I don't know what he was in Civil War. He seemed
Yeah.
like young, but then
Mhm.
like Spider-Man young. But you know what I mean? Like
I don't know, cause like for
fresh out.
the people, like Peter, they say he's like 14. Wanda, they specifically say she's in like her early 20s, but they never say anything like T'Challa. But I reckon he's in his early 20s because of Shuri, because Shuri was like still a
Yeah.
teenager.
Would you say he's Gen Z or is he more millennial? Would you think, or even like
It's kind
the
of
other
tricky
one?
because like Wanda's a millennial.
Yeah.
He seems closer to her age.
So it seems like what they said was that he was more of like late 30s.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's what Kugler has stated that T'Challa was more of like late 30s.
That sounds surprising, especially like since like the whole story about like his dad being killed and him taking Black Panther mantle. Majority of the
Oh,
time,
so it does give him a birthday on the Cinematic Universe fandom wiki. It gives him his birthday is August 14th, 1980.
1980. This takes place in 2016, so yeah.
Trying to figure out the age. I don't do math.
Oh my god. Oh, now expecting to be 36.
Yeah, strange. I mean, to be fair, he's very regal and very smart on the kind of like decision. Although, in this film, he has like moments of like emotional outrage, but it's more of like it's not like a childish one. It's like a reasonable one. Where like in the film where it's revealed of like Killmonger's
His uncle.
connect, yeah, his uncle, and that connection. The fact that it wasn't told to T'Challa. It was only revealed by was it Forrest Whitaker's character? Was it
Yeah.
Njobu? How he was like, yeah, he was there when Killmonger's dad got killed, and the fact that it was all kind of like hush hush of like that situation.
And the fact that he's not around no more, so you can't even like tell him, like he died keeping the secret that he like took out his own brother, which
Yeah,
like T'Challa is like, very like he's in the right for like lashing out, because I mean that's like T'Challa's father's always talking about like family's important when like he's kind of like being like a hypocrite.
yeah. Also, it's crazy. Forrest Whitaker's character was called Zuri, who I think in the comic was a Black Panther, or he
Was it Zuri or like Azuri?
Oh, it just says Zuri.
Oh,
So
okay.
not,
Yeah, Azuri is T'Challa's grandfather.
there you go. Yeah. Obviously here he's.
Yeah, I think he does mixed up too, because like when I first heard it, I was like, then like had to like let's do it again. I was like, okay, and like do some research. It's like okay.
Oh, and Killmonger's dad, aka Sterling K. Brown, he is Njobu. That's his name, and obviously Killmonger's name is like Eric Killmonger, but it's like I can't remember his Wakandan name because he has a Wakandan name, but then obviously Eric Killmonger is his like American name that he adopts when he's like part of like the CEA or CIA. Oh my god. When he's doing like the Black Ops, and bro, when you see him shirtless with all those like markings of how many people he's killed, it's like, whoa, damn. He's killed a lot of people.
He's got trademark for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, his name Najaka. I don't know how to pronounce it, but like it's what's this?
Wait, let me put that full screen. Enhance. Wakanda birth name for Eric Killmonger is Ndjaka. I remember when he says it because it's like it's in a flow of like, you know, one of them asks like, "Who are you?" and then he goes like, "Ndjaka, son of Njobu," kind of like that. Yeah. So like, yeah, what's because obviously we're talking about the highlights of like what specifically like because like, you know, obviously you said this is the first like in the MCU like a big mainstream like film with the black main character, and the cultural, you know, significance of this film still resonates because it, like you said before that, we had Blade, which kind of brought like Marvel films into the foray. But this one kind of like
it doesn't get like praise for like the race in culture aspect. Get praise being like Marvel's like first, so it kind of overlooked. Well, this is like has that like culture influence, and they do it in like such a amazing way while showing off Wakanda, showing off the different like cultures, because there's M'Baku's tribe. They showed how his is different. They show like other different like Wakandan tribes. They did that in like a perfect way.
Yeah.
Black Panther just like going out doing like doing non-efficient like action scenes. They were amazing. Killmonger was an amazing villain, one of the MCU's like best villains. And his suit, okay, I prefer the Civil War suit over like his suit here.
Yeah,
like it just looks better. Like this was not bad. It's just I don't know. There's something about the other one.
Yeah, I do agree on you because I think with this one, it is like I've seen the differences of the suits of how like this suit is very thinner. Whereas when you look at Civil War suit, he was bulky, like almost no neck sort of situation. Apart from when you have him with the helmet, like because the helmet stands out. But then when you have him without the helmet, it's like, where's his neck? Where's his neck? He's like, yeah, I'm I'm Black Panther, and I'm look at my muscles, looking muscular. Kind of like he's like, and like it's like whoa. And then this one, I guess it's like more sleek, like you were saying, like because he, Black Panther is very stealthy. So like
Mhm.
this film is that, and we do see, some stealth scenes in his Civil War suit. And obviously, I think one of the downsides of this suit is that they go very gimmicky on it, like showing the vibranium kind of like glow, if you know what I mean. Like when like someone punches it, he has the purple glow, and
The
then
kinetic energy.
yeah, the kinetic energy. There you go, and like it just really looks goofy, in my opinion. And then like, well, yeah, you continue because
They
I'll
had to
have
do.
like
They had to like at least like something. But
yeah.
yeah, I remember. I remember when this movie came out. It was like the biggest thing like of all time. Like people, like everybody was like talking about this movie. And this is one of the movies that I did see in theaters because we couldn't like miss this.
Yeah.
And my main love light with this movie is just Claw. 'Cause
Yeah.
I mentioned this last stream with like in Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what we said last time with the manner about me loving arch nemesis villains, Claw is just it's such a waste. And the fact that he had nothing to do with T'Chaka's death. It's like a like big like like character development with T'Challa
Mm,
becoming Black Panther, and like him his like rivalry with like Claw. Like that's just like a big important storyline.
yeah.
But here he's not even like the he doesn't even seem like the main threat. He's just like a mercenary, like a jobber, like someone who's
Yeah.
like hired. When normally he does the hiring, and
Yeah.
he does he loses his arm to Ultron. It's just like, oh no. Yeah,
Yeah.
his sonic arm is cool. Like I can't hit on the like his sonic arm like give and take on it, but it's still like cool for like MCU.
Yeah.
And they got Andy Serkis to like play him, and it's just like he he fits the role perfectly well. It's just like a waste, and then he gets killed off. I was like, no.
Mm,
And that's like my one major gripe with that's literally my only gripe with this movie. Is like Claw, they don't do him justice in the MCU,
mm,
and like at
yeah.
least like other villains, like at least like Red Skull for example, at least he gets the movie to like shine like Captain America's villain.
Yeah.
But Claw just he only like had like one like small fight with Black Panther, then that's it, and then just gets killed off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Damien
what?
agrees. Same here about Claw.
Yeah, it just hurts seeing like villains like just big villains like Mandarin and Claw just like get like shout just like getting like brushed aside. Like I
Mm,
get what like I probably find like new villains coming and things like Killmonger and having him come to the forefront. That's cool. That's like good. But we can't like skip over like the arch nemesis of the heroes.
yeah. Do you think in a world like if you would change something, do you think like it would be better if the first villain for the first film for Black Panther, the villain would be Claw, like the primary villain, as you could connect it to because like obviously I know comic Claw, his whole thing is that he lost his arm because of T'Chaka,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that he was kind of like I think I can't remember if Ulysses Claw in the comic was like a bad guy. Like he was wasn't he of German descent? Like he was I can't remember. Like I know they
I mean,
changed his
with a name like Ulysses, then most likely.
yeah. So like obviously when he was created, he was of that sort of like that type of villain, and then obviously became more of like the energy form that is Claw that we know from the comics. So with the red outfit, with the sonic gun, like sonic
Mhm.
handgun. which
That could have been like the
by
final battle thing of him just
yeah,
like going fully sound. Like that's
yeah,
like thing. The Avengers game had a better adaptation of Claw than the MCU.
yeah. I was gonna say because
Crazy to
he
say.
yeah. Oh my gosh, that came after this film, so it was like they saw what they did here, like we can do better, we can do better, and they did.
And they did
Like,
better. Yeah,
yeah,
I think that Claw should have been like like the main villain of the first movie, because like I know that kind of would have like they would have had to change Civil War though. But that's also kind of like an issue.
mm, it, technically, it would change both Age of Ultron because the fact that his arm is taken off there when it should be
Yeah,
T'Chaka, and then you show up like you see in Civil War. Maybe he shows up and kills T'Chaka that way, and then you'd obviously connect it. That would have been cool, if he appeared in 3 films to set up him as like a villain, and then like you have the payoff of this film being like, this is the guy. Like you have it more of like he killed my dad. I'm taking revenge, rather than like obviously they changed it to being Zemo, and you have that cathartic scene in Civil War where he's like, vengeance consumes like all what looked like T'Challa's line, where he kind of like realizes, yeah, you shouldn't hold a grudge and you shouldn't kill your guy like that. See, like we could easily make different things to make characters look better, like Claw, because like you said, like, well, yeah, he is the low light of this film because he feels very shafted, and he's beheaded, he's he's full on decapitated and
he's
given
such a
his
good
head.
actor too. That's the that hurts more.
It's Andy Serkis, aka Gollum Schmeagol, man, and also from Planet of the Apes. He was
He's also
Caesar.
in Flushed, he's also in Flushed Away. It's like one of like the villain rats.
Exactly.
That's where I knew him from before I watched this movie.
He's iconic, and the fact that like he wasn't like he was in this film, so he had 2 film appearances, but then he's just easily killed, to make Eric Killmonger more of like a threat. And I'm like, I get it, but come on, Ulysses Claw, like Claw, is an iconic villain, and we could have seen him in Secret Wars, because if you know comic Secret Wars, Claw is a big thing for like in terms of Doom's kind of like power, and like he's kind of like his in his ear being like, oh yes, 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 like he's because he's energy, and he's like kind of like fading out of existence, and he's just like, ooh, and he's got that weird like speech thing in the comic, and it's like, I'd recommend the audiobook of that because like it's so funny when Claw's speaking, because it's like reverbing because of sound, and he's just going like, yes, yes, yes. Anyway, Damien does ask, Z-Man, would a full-on battle versus Man-Ape been better? Okay, so this we'll get to M'Baku because that's yeah, he also gets cut short in Last Jedi as Snoke.
Oh my God. I have a lot of Star Wars opinions on the Secret Trilogy, but we'll get to that in another stream.
But
Oh,
Ashwan, what are your quick highlights and lowlights of Black Panther? Of like what you think of the film?
I mean, of course, it's the same case with a lot of stuff in Phase 3 where I didn't really know Black Panther too much. Like, in the comics, I didn't really know about him too much. I knew him as a character, but I didn't really know much about him. And even though this is, like, it's T'Challa rather than T'Chaka, but of course we have the whole thing in Civil War, so makes sense. But I just, like, Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther, just everything he's in to do with Black Panther, I think is just really good. Even though, like, the suit is a bit different, I don't really know what to think about the suit, because when I first saw it, even though as much as I do love the Civil War suit, I didn't mind the fact that he looked more like a cat. I know it looks a bit stupid because he's got the weird like nose thing that makes it just his nose look a bit odd. But I somewhat didn't mind it. And also because he has a whole stealthy side, it kind of makes sense. But it's kind of annoying. But like highlights and lowlights for me is Killmonger and Claw, or Claw more low light. But the reason why they're both highlights and lowlights is because they're two very good villains. Claw isn't done too well because he doesn't look like his counterpart, and he's killed off. And then Killmonger because he's done well, but he's killed off. And so it's kind of the case that like they both counteract themselves in the sense that they're the main villains, but then they both get killed off because,
Yeah.
of course, most MCU films the villain kind of tends to die, and then that's how the heroes win. And so like it does follow that trend on, but it's kind of annoying because I mean, of course, one thing that like is kind of annoying, but it's not. I'm not like a. It's not really a major gripe, but after this, we don't get really any more Chadwick Boseman other than the Avengers because, of course, he does pass away.
Yeah.
And like the main thing is, of course, we don't get more of him, and
Yeah.
so like it kind of not. I'm not like putting any shade onto people out there, but because he passes away, it does kind of mean that Black Panther goes into the shadows a little bit, and they don't really like. I feel like they sometimes don't know, or they didn't really know what to do with it afterwards.
Yeah.
And so that's why, and it's kind of annoying that he didn't get a sequel throughout like the years that he maybe could have, just to then just so then he has a bit more recognition because the next movie that we're gonna, I'm pretty sure at least the next movie he plays a good part in that, and so like just to see him in this and like another highlight, of course, even though it's a bit odd, but also at the same time is pretty cool, is we see Winter Soldier, and he has a cool like vibranium arm, and I just think this is really cool.
Yeah.
And like even though he's fairly like he doesn't really play a big part in Infinity War. Like when you actually like watch it back, he's kind of just there. Like he doesn't really do anything. He's kind of just like this guy who has a vibranium arm who uses his, which I always found kind of weird, but I somewhat like it somewhat makes sense. But he uses a gun more than he does his arm in these films. And I get it because he's a mercenary and he's whatever. But at the same time, you've got a vibranium arm and he doesn't really use it.
Yeah. So
Kind of weird thing, but
well, definitely like Winter Soldier feels like a weird thought after his film. Like, I mean, after Civil War, because that's the biggest thing of like his kind of like crescendo, and then obviously we've got his series. But like, it's because they didn't want to make him Captain America, because obviously Winter Soldier was a villain for a longer time than he was in the MCU. Like, granted, his villain, like his brainwash part, is more off screen, and we don't see him as like a threat in other films. Like technically Civil War, but like that's just like him being kind of brainwashed again, kinda. But it's the fact that like they have no clue what to do with Winter Soldier, and still to this day don't know what to do because they can't make him Captain America yet. I think it's the case that it was either like they could have done him Captain America, they could still do him as Captain America because Captain America's mantle kind of shifts all the time in like comics and that stuff. So it's a case in the MCU they could do that, but it's like then again we have Sam, who is we'll get to him when he's Captain America. I know it's not. It is a film technically, but to stay in topic with Black Panther, it was great to see him because it meant that he has recovered from the chamber. So like it seems like it was a very quick distance, but obviously films have different time frames, so it's obviously the case that he is back and it sets up Infinity War. The other scene here is Black Panther in Black Panther, the end credit scene has T'Challa go to the like what is it called, the United Nations, and basically bring Wakanda out of the shadows, because in the main or like mainstream kind of like media in the world, Wakanda seems like a, you know, underprivileged country with like limited sources apart from vibranium. But then they reveal, like in this end credit scene, it kind of, he goes, well, that's not the case, and we'll be able to support you all with our vibranium and our tech and that stuff. So it opens the world to Wakanda, which we'll see in the sequel of this how that backfires. But to be quick with the highlights, of course, this is Chadwick Boseman's like single film of like his Black Panther, and I'm like, oh, so iconic. But obviously, you know, what we know now of him passing is bittersweet, but it's such an iconic. He does so much in this film. Like even his scenes where he's like, you know, fighting for the mantle against M'Baku, in the beginning, and then when he's fighting Killmonger, and it's so different because Killmonger's like a skilled fighter, and you know the way that T'Challa is very kind of like fighting with emotions, because he's like, I don't want to fight him, but also you killed my uncle, so I'm fighting with rage, because you know obviously Killmonger kills Zuri. There's a lot of deaths in this film, like Zuri. You've got obviously Eric Killmonger's father. You've got Claw. It's too much death, too much death in this film. But you know, I think you know, it's such a great film, and I can't forget mentioning, because I have it here, the Hot Toys version of T'Chaka's costume. It's pretty much the Civil War outfit, but my gosh, this makes the suit so iconic as like this is his dad's suit as Black Panther, and I'm like, yo, so smooth, and like it doesn't have that CGI feel that the suits in this film have. Like, it feels more like a traditional film. The like suit. I wish he had the open face mask. I don't know. That would have been cool if T'Chaka had that for his costume. But I still think that costume is so iconic, and I really love that suit. Same with the Civil War suit; it's the best one he had. Lowlights, I think, you know, you've all mentioned it. Them killing off both Killmonger and Claw feels like a weird, stupid situation. Like Killmonger could have been. I know Killmonger has been killed in the comics, and then he's been resurrected through witchcraft and whatnot to come back to life. And you know, in the comics, Killmonger was Black Panther for a good time, even joining the Avengers, because like T'Challa had like he lost his memory, so like he didn't know who he was, and he was like, or he was like unfit for the role, so that he had which we have was it, is it Everett Ross in this?
Yeah, Everett Ross.
Yeah. In the comics, T'Challa gives him his costume, and he's like, "You can be Black Panther." And he's like, and then like he goes, and Eric Killmonger goes like, "Well, I challenge to be Black Panther," and then he's like, "Yeah, you win," and that's how Killmonger becomes Black Panther for some time in the comics. Even meeting She-Hulk, and he's like, "Damn," kind of thing. Because like Killmonger as Black Panther was a longer run compared to like in this film. He's pretty much like he's there. He just, I really didn't get him burning the like the fruits, the
heart-shaped herb.
yeah, because like, don't you think you want your son to eventually become Black Panther, or you know, have like a, I get it was him like being like, there's no need for a Black Panther because I'm Black Panther. I was like, okay, but it felt like a weird kind of like, to be cinematic, him burning them and then him standing where the flames are. That was a sick shot, but it felt dumb. It felt dumb. But yeah, it's still a good film, and I love the Dora Milaje. I love Nakia. She's really cool. Shuri, I don't like. she's a bit annoying, and she's very Gen Z, and like not in the terms. Like I know comic is completely different ball game, but like she also is the case of like she doesn't like the spiritual stuff, but eventually she becomes more spiritual. Whereas this is like very memey. Like she goes like, "What are those?" and "Oh, these are my sneakers," and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I'm being, and also she is British, and funny enough, she did work at the theater. Like she was in a performance at the theater I was working at, so I was like, "Damn, she started from there, crazy," and now she's Black Panther. Whoa. But yeah, let's get straight into ranking this because I'm wondering where we're gonna put it because Damien says it gets a B from me. Oh wait, we did say we'd address. So obviously, M'Baku in the MCU, his comic counterpart is called. Well, I don't know if they've changed the name, but obviously, he's known as Man Ape because he becomes more of like a. I think it's more of like injection of stuff, and then he becomes a huge like.
It's like giant
character.
man, like an ape suit.
Yeah, but obviously, I think the connotations of the name kind of have changed what his character would be.
It's like similar to the ancient one in the Mandarin, where it's like
Yeah,
that controversial thing.
that's why. Like, I think I remember I was mentioning it, and I was just like, yeah, it is because of the it is the connotations of the name. That's why he's not called that, and I think that's better that they don't call him that. With in regards of him becoming a villain, however, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Because so far he's kind of like in this film he's kind of like a sub villain, but then it's all like it's kind of revealed that he's a good guy. He's chill. And then he becomes a little bit more jokey. I don't know. Do you think we could see him become a villain? Like eventually?
I've got something to add quickly. I could see him being the villain of the third one that they've announced because
Okay.
the whole thing of because Prince T'Challa is coming in, maybe he gets jealous and is like, "Oh no, I'm king," because at the moment
like he
he
would
is
have been like,
king.
"Oh, I want to be king." Yeah.
Because Prince T'Challa realistically should be king because of the family bloodline thing. I could see them having a bit of a rivalry and maybe that happens. I don't know just of yet, but I could see us getting maybe that or something else with that.
That's a good shout because yeah, like it feels like his character has been put into the sideline. Like he's there as comedy relief, and he's also there for strength wise because him fighting Namor, and like he's a big guy and he's got strength and that stuff. But then he's taken out. Like, but it takes a lot to take him out. But like, yeah, that's definitely a discussion for a later time because like, yeah.
I could also say since we have like T'Challa's son, maybe like M'Baku also has like a son too, because they're in like a time skip where T'Challa Jr. is like older.
Ooh, it could see that, but I feel like I would want to see Winston Duke have like a villain arc of like I've been waiting to be Black Panther, like to take the mantle of king, and it's been squandered. Like, because you can see he has a little bit beef of like the fact that Shuri is Black Panther, but he also respects her because of the fact that the loss of T'Challa in that. We'll definitely talk about that, but like, there's a case where he can become a villain. I feel like they're not like being done with it that he's now just a good guy. Like he's still morally good. It's the case of the mantle of king might subside his like friendship towards like the like T'Challa and Shuri, that family, because obviously his tribe is have never been that. I think in the past they may have been kings, like there might have been a king from that tribe, but obviously it's been changed. So yeah, that's a further discussion. Anyway, let's get to the ranking. But of course, yes, Atuma, I feel, will be a great threat in the next one. We'll definitely talk about Atuma when we get to Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, because he's in that film. People forget he's not. He's actually in that film. He is. We've got to build a figure of him. So he is in that film. But anyway, let's get to the ranking of Black Panther. Where shall we put this? I think it's going to be. I think it might be a Stanley one, but what do you guys think?
I would say maybe S. No, not A tier. The only thing that's holding it back from me S tier is just Claw.
Oh yeah. So would you say it's like the best of A tier, like here?
Yes.
Okay. What about
Like,
you, Ashwan?
the thing with Civil War is that Civil War, like, we said, like, there's like the best and like mostly everything. There's no really like major gripe with Civil War, but with Black Panther, we all have like that Claw gripe.
Yeah. What do you think, Ashwan? Do you think it belongs at high A?
I think it is definitely S or A, just because like it just like of course it doesn't affect me too much, but it may affect someone like Zion because of the whole like history of it, and I just feel like it done so much for like for Black people after this came out. Like it pushed so many like people to do stuff, and so like even for that alone, other than the fact that it is a great movie, that I feel like it deserves to be A or S, and if anyone puts it lower, I think it's just kind of odd because like as a movie as a whole, like it has a great villain in Michael B. Jordan who got treated really badly in Fan Four Stick.
Oh Lord!
You got like you have Chadwick Boseman, of course, rest in peace, but awesome performance as Black Panther.
Yeah.
You have the guy out of Get Out who plays one of the random like members, and he has a rhinoceros that Black Panther has to fight.
Wakabi.
So that's
Wakabi.
then like you have so many actors in this film that people just notice from certain stuff that it's just like it isn't like one of the most awesome films I think in this phase as a whole, and like just the things that we get out of this, and to build up Wakanda as this place that is kind of hidden from everyone, but then kind of comes out of their shell and basically says at the end of the movie, right, we're going to help everyone, which of course kind of goes a bit iffy, but also the fact that all the audience's views from this movie, that to basically make it the major place of Infinity War, like to make it such a big place for the next movie coming up, I feel like it just says a lot. Like if Black Panther didn't do well, then I don't think they would have went to Wakanda and had Wakanda as the massive place. And I feel like just that alone solidifies it either being top of A, if not maybe S. But I could see I could see what Zion's coming from, where the claw thing is a major downside of it, and just of course the villains like dying again. But like, it's kind of
there is also like for me another reason why it's not on Stan Lee tier is because the CGI is absolute. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that final battle.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that too.
I was kind of like, I almost forgot it happened, but then I remember why I didn't like that part. Like for me, the film is amazing apart from that moment. That's why it doesn't hit Stan Lee tier, because CGI is so bad. Like we were talking about how Doctor Strange had like
great CGI. It was stunning.
Doctor Strange had great CGI, and then when you have this, where like it looked like PS2, like squiggly, like no boned characters fighting each other, and I'm like, where are their bones? Where's the structure to their arms? They're like jelly, like they're going like, and like.
Once again, how is the Avengers game having a better final battle than this MCU?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring the Avengers game up in the next saga too. Next video with a couple movies, a couple villains that were in the Avengers game and in the MCU that were done better in the game.
real quick, we have Alexi in the house. What up, Z Fighters? Thirsty for more MCU pain, I see. Yeah. Um, yeah, there you go. Look at that. Good. Vegeta. Yeah, and shout out to the Justified lot, as you know, just as we'll be celebrating his 100th episode tonight after our stream at 2. So to that, it's going to be legendary. I can't wait until we reach 100. That would be crazy, but they've already got it. So like, it's something to look forward to in the near future. But yes, so we have ranked Black Panther at top of A tier, and now we get to the next film. Oh boy. Now we'll be very quick because I'm pretty sure we know where this is going. But of course, Avengers: Infinity War. What a crazy film! Comes off of the events of Thor Ragnarok, where we get the full decimation of the rest of the Asgardians. Heimdall dead. Loki choked out.
No.
Loki choked out like a little bitch. Hulk getting his ass whooped straight to Earth, and then Thor left in space, feeling like a used body bag. Oh boy, that was a crazy effect. And then of course, from that you see the threat of like Hulk coming down and Bruce Banner being like, Thanos is coming, and you're like, oh shit, and then
And Doctor Strange, just like, who?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, wait a minute, the Infinity Stones. Oh no! And like, you have the Children of Thanos with Squidward looking ass guy. You got the Bruiser Man, the one that's like
Call Obsidian and
Obsidian.
Corvus
freaking-
Glaive.
Huh?
Corvus Glaive.
Yeah, Corvus Glaive, and then there's
With his glaive.
yes, Glaive. And who? I think it's approximately midnight. There you go.
Yeah,
and then Call Obsidian, the Children of Thanos, which we do see two the Children of Thanos in this film. And guess what happens to them? One kind of forgotten, and we'll see her in the next film. But the other one, thrown off a flipping ledge, killed. Gamora gone. Thanos has got the stones. They're trying to fight the threat of the Chitauri on Wakanda, where we were talking about how that's iconic. We also get the return of Steve and his stupid, weird shield. That's the only nitpick I have on that. It says get the shield, and he's got two claws like Wolverine. Blech. We obviously have like kind of like a rescue mission or a safety mission where they have to protect Vision because Thanos is coming for that stone, and he's like boom, 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 boom. You also have the fact that you have the space team with Iron Man, Iron Spider, and the Guardians of the Galaxy, and they're trying to get the stones from Collector, and you're like, oh boy, what's gonna happen? Star-Lord is an absolute dickhead, and instead of like them almost taking off the gauntlet, he fucks it up for everyone, and then Thanos is like, I got the stone now, bitch. Goes to Earth, and he's like, Vision, I'm coming for you. And like they're all trying to stop him. Thor comes back, and like, you have the moment where like, Vision is kind of like Scarlet Witch blows up Vision to like stop the stone to be given, but then Thanos is like, nah, fam, let me rewind that shit. Takes the stone, and Vision is grade dead, and then and then it's like, what's gonna happen? Thor comes in with the lightning of the Stormbreaker that you got from Peter Dinklage, who sounds
Eitri.
stupid. Oh
Eitri.
god, he's from Asgard. Asgard. He said it like so weird. I was like, it's Asgard. Like he was like Asgard. And then like you got Thor coming in with Stormbreaker, and he's like, stabs him. But of course, should have gone for the head. Snap. All these people on the left side snap to dust. Gone. And we leave it like that. But Infinity War.
Spider-Man.
If you want the quick rundown of who's gone, you got Black Panther who's gone. You got Star-Lord, reasonably he should. That's what you get. Gamora actually dead. Steven blipped. Spider-Man blipped. Mantis blipped. Scarlet Witch blipped. Vision dead. Nick Fury blipped. Loki dead as a doornail. Shuri
No resurrections.
No resurrection. Groot snapped. Not like a twig, but he's gone. He's dusted. I think that's Wasp.
Why is she on the post? She wasn't even in the movie.
No, she isn't, and you know why? Because it will link to the sequel. Well, the next film after this. You got Falcon snapped. Winter Soldier snapped. It would have been cool if he wasn't snapped and Steve was snapped, because then we could have gone up Captain America. Mantis snapped and Drax snapped. Boom, all of them gone, and we have here on the side we've got blonde Black Widow. Steve in his nomad gear, and the concept art that we didn't get, hulking out in the Hulkbuster. It didn't happen. They fooled us in the trailer. Yes, Alexi, Infinity War easily. Infinity War, sir. I don't know what that was. Probably saying S tier. Yes. Anything else to say before we put this on the ranking? Yeah, Ashwan, you go for it.
I just wanted to quickly say, like, low lights is we don't get Hulk, and nothing. Highlights everything.
Yeah. Yep.
Like
Yeah.
I know it's more of a Gen Z thing, but we won. We won people with this.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, 28. The year that this came out, people were in cinemas and they were going crazy. They didn't. They honestly, when the film ended, people honestly shitting themselves, so they didn't even know what the hell was going on. And it was honestly the amount of, like, I'll say it in a Gen Z way, the amount of aura that Thanos has is crazy. Like, just the fact that, like, people were honestly, like, scared for what was happening, like, going on in the MCU. But also, one thing that I wanted to comment on, because not many people, like, tend to comment on it anymore because it was easily debunked or whatever. But do you remember in everything, even in the films, he has, like, 3 claw marks under his eyes, and people thought Wolverine was coming back?
Really?
For the longest time.
Wait,
People
Thanos.
thought Wolverine was going to be back, yeah.
Oh.
I never heard of it.
Wolverine had, like, yeah, Thanos has, like, 3, like, scratch marks going from, like, up his eye, like, down. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but, like a lot
Shanks?
of people at the time, like, thought that, or for some reason thought that Wolverine was going to, like, be a thing or whatever, and I was just, like, it was kind of funny, to be honest.
Damn. I didn't even think of that. Like, I remember seeing the scars, and I was like, it must have been from something, but I wasn't thinking Wolverine. That would have been amazing. Imagine Wolverine just going like, Berserker Barrage. Showing up, and then he's the one who survives the blip, and he's just like, I'm ready. No, it wouldn't be short Wolverine. It would be flipping Hugh Jackman. I'd want Short King, and I hope we get Short King in the next MCU stuff. But shall we just rank this? Because I think we all know where this is going.
This movie's also, like, hilarious, just, like, in general. Like, there's 2 scenes I'm thinking about the most. It's like one when Thor's like, the rabbit is right. It's like,
And he's like,
savage.
yeah, what?
You've copied my beard. You
Go
copied
for
my hair and my beard, actually.
And then the iconic, where's Gamora? Who's Gamora? Drax Scott. Why is Gamora?
Yeah.
I
It was
like
a good-
even I like the Spider-Man and Doctor Strange thing as well, where it's like, oh, we're using our made-up name.
Mute names.
My name's Spider-Man.
But that's his real name too. It's just
Yeah, Stephen
It's
Strange.
still just it hits
it's
different.
just hilarious. This movie is
I like you're saying the right thing. Infinity War's peak, Endgame was the descent. Now, let's get straight into ranking this because there's nothing else to say apart from what we've said. Yep. I didn't even have to say it. Like we know where it's going. Now it's the question: does it go above? Oh wait, hold up. Let me just move.
Yes.
yeah. Mhm.
Z-Man, you know this. You should know this.
Pure cinema. We're doing it. Pure. Okay, there we go. So from there, that is peak Infinity War. My gosh, I remember like it was one of the films where I was almost teary because of the ending. My mouth was just like I was just like,
But
No.
yeah, people were like, even it, like, of course, Endgame came out after this, like, to do with the Avengers, so people were like more than this. But at this time, you just didn't understand what was going on, and people were just
didn't-
like they were shitting themselves in the cinemas.
you didn't think the heroes would lose that badly. Like it was like they lost on both like the space term and on Earth. Like it was just like there was no W's with the Avengers. No W's for the heroes. All the W's to Thanos and his lovely chin and his hands. You know.
Do y'all remember that theory where it was like the blip, the like radiation of that would activate the mutant genes?
There's still that theory that like, but then again, another film says otherwise, and we'll get to that film in the next phase. Don't you worry, because yes, that film, it's an underrated one. It's an underrated one. I won't say the title, but if you know, you know. You know. But we move from Infinity War to Ant-Man and the Wasp. Okay.
You sound very enthusiastic, Z-Man.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? This is pretty much a filler film.
Yeah.
It does give us some good introductions. Like, we finally get Janet Van Dyne, aka Michelle Pfeiffer. She comes back from the quantum realm. So we get her return. I was like, damn, when they cast her, I was like, yo, that's crazy. We got Catwoman here, and yet we had Batman in Spider-Man Homecoming. Somehow, can you link them together? No, you can't do that. It's okay. Fair enough. We also got Lawrence Fishburne, and this is not like we were talking about him in the previous like Fox films. Oh, he was Silver Surfer, the voice of Silver Surfer, at least. So this isn't his first foray into the Marvel universe, but obviously this is his first appearance in the MCU as Bill Foster. And if you know him, and they do allude to him being like he was Goliath in his younger days, his
glory days.
Yeah, his glory days as Morpheus in the Matrix, that kind of era. He was Goliath also. Yeah, and obviously we got the introduction to Ghost, an okay villain who we also had like Egghead in the film, but very brief. And then of course we got Wasp going from the from the Ant-Man film, but they kind of gave her more armor on her arms because in the design that we saw in Ant-Man when they were making that suit, it didn't have sleeves. So clearly they just gave her sleeves, and I was like, fair enough. We still have like the crew from Ant-Man. Mark my words, you'll miss them. You'll miss them dearly. And then the weirdest inclusion of this film was Walton Goggins. like we still don't know who he worked for. Like the rumor was AIM, and it's like AIM has been a non-existent company that was like in Iron Man 3, and then just gone nowhere, just gone. Anyway, and then obviously the biggest thing about this film, apart from it being very filler, and it had Jim from The Office, aka Randall Park. There you go. As Jimmy Woo, as like he is a comic character who is part of like the Agents of Atlas. So I wonder if they'll have a comic in the MCU. But the biggest thing in this film is the fact that it's a direct, like it links with Infinity War as Ant-Man, Scott Lang gets stuck in the quantum realm while the others get dusted. Boom, they're gone. But Ant-Man is stuck in the quantum realm. Stuck. Yeah, same more. Anything else before we get to the ranking? Because, yeah, this is a very filler film.
I have a minor thing.
Yeah, go.
It's just the fact that like this is like so much of a filler film to the point where like it doesn't even seem like Ghost is the main villain in some parts. Like
He isn't.
it's honestly like the really odd thing, and but the fact that like the one time we see her afterwards is 8 years later or 7 years later is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But like it's just kind of with this film as well, like it was alright, like when it came out I thought it was okay. Like it was cool seeing Ant-Man and the Wasp back again, and then of course the post-credit scenes then title into like Infinity War and Endgame. You're like, oh okay, this is actually pretty serious and all that stuff. But then also it's just like the same kind of thing of like you hint at this actor, very well-known actor who's been in the Matrix films and whatever, is known for being this Goliath character in his younger days, and yet we have nothing rather than these little flashbacks of these people, like of the Wasp, Ant-Man, and Goliath. Like it's just
yeah, there should have been scenes when we saw them. They're de-aged in civilian outfits, being like, "I don't agree with you." It's like, "I don't agree with you too." He's like, "Fuck you," and you're like, "Goodbye," and that's it. And it's like,
we could have even made like a little like a special presentation or a TV show or like something just so you can actually see like younger.
Yes.
I just
a precursor, like showing Ant-Man, Wasp, Goliath, potentially Captain Britain. We'll get to him in Endgame. But yeah, sorry, I mean, what?
This movie's not bad. Like, it's not bad. It's just mid. It's just not like it's not great like the first movie. It's also not bad like the third movie. It's literally just like that. It's a movie because like why is a Ghost is supposed to be an Iron Man villain, and I don't care that it's a woman. Like, I don't care. Like that. That's not the problem. The problem is that Ghost is supposed to be like a mercenary, similar to like Taskmaster, who like stalks you. Who Iron Man Armored Adventures had the best adaptation of Ghost, where he was threatening, he was menacing, he was a threat.
It's still crazy that we don't have a Marvel Legends of Ghost. Like we have the one from that Thunderbolts pack, but that's so old. Like all that pack is very outdated, and that figure is heavily outdated, and we haven't gotten a figure of him. Or even if they wanted to do the female version, I don't think in the comics there was the female version of Ghost. It was more of like the MCU changed.
Yeah, the MCU changed it. Like I don't know why Sonny. We don't even know who Sonny Birch is working for, which is still like crazy. And they should have like just like they could even have like be like a whole like Easter egg saying like comic fans they'll know this company, not wink wink. Yeah, it's just that anonymous. This is Wasp only like film where she actually like does something. Because Ant-Man 3, but like Ant-Man 3 is just we'll get to that later. But that movie's atrocious. But this is like the only like decent movie where she actually like does stuff. And Wasp is such like a big a core Avenger.
Yeah,
it's like frustrating and annoying, like seeing like the character just be reduced and pushed aside.
Yeah, and the funniest thing about
So
the funniest thing about this film, it did give us what's oh God, what's his name? Oh God, I know the actor's name, but I'm asked like what's his Luis. We get Luis in figure form.
oh yeah,
What a weird release, but it's like, hey,
it's like
he's the standout. This was before, yeah. Alexi, this was before Wasp went weirdo in real life. Yeah, really. And now she's retired, so as in retired from acting.
I mean,
So
honest, there's no
we're not gonna like there's no future for Ant Man Wasp. Like
uh
stature, we'll get to Ant Man. We'll get to Ant Man 3. Let's get rank into this because otherwise we'll go into the tangent why
yeah.
there is no future for Ant Man Legacy.
This movie has some moments though. Like the moment I think was the funniest is like when like Hank was like, "You sent my cert through the mail."
Yeah.
That's the like, funniest moment of like the whole movie.
Yeah. Where do we think this goes? Do you think C, D, E, or F? I really don't think F. I think F is maybe harsh, but I think maybe like either C or D. It has a place, but it's so filler, like to the point where you're like,
I
why?
do think C or like the lowest of B, just because you have
Oh,
like I think the main thing that I think like it's all right in the sense that you get like Ant Man and this stuff, but I feel like it's just the main thing that does kind of push it along is like it's the film that just came out after Infinity War, so it's gonna get a lot of people watching it, and it has
yeah,
the post credit scene that kind of just pushes it up a little bit. But other than that,
yeah,
it's just meh.
yeah.
I'll say
Yeah,
C.
yeah. I think C is the best one. Uh, yeah, it's so strange. Like, yeah, I think we'll keep it at C. Yeah. Uh, we're not in disguise. We look like we're going to a football game.
Yeah, like moments like that, like it's kind of funny. But other than that, the movie is just
Yeah,
mid.
yeah. C tier, and like Alexei best says it. If it's on, I'll watch, but not seek it out. Yeah, that's perfectly like. Of course, when you do a rewatch, you're gonna watch it because it is important to like Endgame. But otherwise, you don't seek it out as a solo film. Like it doesn't work as a solo film apart from like its connection. But like in general, it's just a very filler film. Oh boy! Now this film we're getting into is mm,
Made a lot more.
brace yourselves. This is Captain Marvel. Um, of course, a film that instead of going in like with a case of like establishing a character who's best well known for his tragic death that leads into the kind of like mantle. Instead, it's oh boy, it's such a mess. Like, okay, for starters, the scrolls. They're supposed to be this villainous threat that are like, yes, some scrolls are good, some scrolls are bad, but when their first introduction to the MCU and they're a bunch of pushovers and they don't look cool. Secondly, Carol has as much emotion as a flip flop in this film. And she's supposed to be the main protagonist, and I can't stand the fact that she has no emotion. It's pretty much like dry paint. You're like, oof. And look, the reason why they went with Captain Marvel instead of going like the route of her being Ms. Marvel and then eventually getting the title of Captain Marvel is because the recent comics, made Carol Danvers Captain Marvel, which actually was a good succession because she had that development from Ms. Marvel to then losing Captain Marvel, aka Marvel, and then after Monica Rambeau was the first female Captain Marvel, by the way, um, then and then obviously she becomes Warbird during Civil War, and she has that mode, and then in the comics she becomes Captain Marvel, rightfully so. Yes, see, that's the Warbird that, like, in my mind's eye, that is Carol Danvers. And then obviously there's the short hair version, which is more of the current run, kind of like the most one everyone thinks of. But the way this film decides, it obviously it's a period piece. It's like set in the past. It's like it's giving this character introduction, but the fact that it's so dead, like Marvel here, look, they wanted to change the character, the gender, and I was like, okay, cool. Make sure you still have her as the hero, Captain Marvel. Nah, she's just lazy. She's just lazy on Earth, just doing nothing, and then all of a sudden she die. Explosion. Carol gets the powers, and then her mind is erased. She's with the Kree, who, by the way, there's barely any Kree representation here. Yonrog just looks as Jude Law. You got Jude Law in the film. And by the way, this picture here is actually a deleted scene of him talking to the Supreme Intelligence. So yeah, this is not actually his look in the film. This is a deleted scene where he's talking to the thing. Thought it was like, whoa, why'd they delete that? You also have a character from Guardians of the Galaxy 1, who's here as part of the Kree group. So at some point, he was part of this crew and then left and then became like a space pirate. The iconic "Who" meme. There he is. And then obviously this film has Nick Fury de-aged, and to give the explanation, how did his eye get scratched? Or how did he lose his eye? It was by a fucking cat. Oh, so cool. So badass, right?
He always mentioned, like, I lost my one good eye by trusting someone.
Exactly. And it's a cat. So take this L, this film. You deserve this L. Yeah, I haven't put the L on any other film apart from this one. Boy. And then, okay. To be fair, this film's action figure line had a great Build-A-Figure, an underrated Build-A-Figure, the Kree Sentry. Because it's actually the comic version. Because in this film, Kree Sentry, Kree anything, not respected.
Yeah.
Very.
How did the Avengers game have a better Kree? They had a Kree Sentry. How did this movie not do anything with that?
They did nothing. This film was a nothing burger, and it's just this. And the only thing about this film is that this is just an introduction to her, so we can get her in Endgame. And the end credit scene is her showing up in a new outfit. Hey, make sure you memorize this look for this outfit, because you won't see it again. You won't. It's only in this scene, and that's it.
And the scene's not even canon.
It's not canon. So, you know what? Straight away.
This is our first F
I've
movie.
got something to add to Captain Marvel, if that's okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
Basically, I'll just straight off say that when this film got announced and when it got released, I was on holiday at the time. I was on holiday because I was on holiday at Disneyland or Disney World in Florida, and so I completely forgot it was out. And I ended up watching it there, and then I didn't know much of the character, so I thought it was gonna be I didn't know what to expect. I thought, okay, new character, see what it's like. I ended up falling asleep. That's how either tired I was from just the day that I had, or how bad it was. I ended up falling asleep. And so I kind of forgot most that happened in the movie, and I can't remember when I woke up, and I can't remember how much was left. But I ended up watching it again a bit later, and No, it's iffy. I feel like the main things with it that makes it iffy is I don't mind Brie Larson. Don't get me wrong, she's all right, but she kind of does phone it in a little bit. And I
Yeah,
feel like
this,
with what
she's been in
everything
every
that she's
film.
done past this as well as this, she does kind of phone it in, and
Yeah,
it just kind of seems like that's why we don't get much of her because of her.
yeah, and oh gosh, if you see the stuff like for Endgame, the interviews, you could tell no one liked her, and she was putting this like really, I'm better than everyone bravado, and because she like
The
I don't
ego.
know, and like she's done amazing films before this, where like she worked her ass off, and like she was in 21 Jump Street. If you want to see that, she was there, debut I think, and then she was in other amazing films. And then when she was cast, I was like, okay, cool. She's probably got the look. But then her outfit's so shit. Like, it took them a few films to get Captain Marvel's costume right. Kinda. I say kinda because I still don't like. Look, it's not being misogynistic because she's female, blah blah blah. It's not that. It's the film itself doesn't give her much like emotions. I think there's a film that will redeem her with the Marvels, and we'll talk about that. But this film, nothing but just yeah. And this is the thing I was laughing my ass off. But F, even with Breeze double D's, look, she didn't gain that until like Endgame time, or like if you, I don't want to be like that, but
No,
have you
I gotta
seen?
get I gotta get the
Have you
mask.
seen the
We're talking about this.
Jimmy Fallon slash Jimmy Kimmel appearance? Oh, Sanji. Yeah, here we go.
Resign.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We all agree F tier. Out of this phase, that is.
It's just the main thing that annoys me with it is when you have the certain like the certain actor that plays a character that has passion for that character, like Chadwick Boseman did with Black Panther. You can see why, and you can see all the cast behind it. You can see the director behind it. You can see why that film done so well. Then when you have something like Captain Marvel, where didn't really seem like the actor really like cared about them too much, didn't really do anything. Kind of just seems like they're phoning it in. I don't know about the director and everything. I don't know like who's the team on it, but at the same time, it's just I don't know. It was after Infinity War, and it's kind of annoying that between Infinity War and between Endgame, they just put two filler movies in that were just shit.
Like with Ant-Man and the Wasp, there was some like interest because it's a sequel, and we like the characters in that. Like some of them more. Like I mean, yeah, it's a decent cast, but the fact that like this film, like you said, it felt no one cared about it. They didn't care about the comics at all because Captain Marvel, as in Marvel, was such an iconic character who had an iconic death. The fact that he dies of like earth cancer, and it's a big moment in the comics. It's a crazy death because you don't expect that for an alien superhero to be like killed off by an illness, and it kind of hits close to home of like obviously with Chadwick, he passes away. He passed away through through an illness, and it was like they didn't bother to respect that, like the legacy of Captain Marvel, because also Carol Danvers is not the first female Captain Marvel. Monica Rambeau is, and it felt like a big disrespect to not have her. Like, if you were making a Captain Marvel, it should have been her at least. If you were going for the female Captain Marvel, because everyone remembers her as the first female Captain Marvel. It's only recently bias of Carol Danvers being becoming Captain Marvel. That's where everyone's mind goes to. But also, people who grew up with Carol Danvers remembers her as either Ms. Marvel or Warbird.
I know her as Miss Marvel and
Him.
Monica, and like Monica and Marvel. Those are like the Captain Marvels.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like, it was such a disrespect to be like, yeah, even though, like, sure, whenever you change the gender of a role, as long as it serves a point of like, as long as it like the character is still strong in the of the character's values, I'm okay with it. Like Ghost, sure, I prefer her now because of like Thunderbolts, and I'm like okay with that change. And sure, it's an Iron Man villain, and we have that discussion, but like it felt so strong, like strange, this film, and it just was like so lackluster. Although in figure form, I love that Yonrog figure over there, even though it's not him, he's got a helmet. Because I made 2 customs. One a version of the outfit with the red and blue of like Captain Marvel, and then B, I had a faceplate and I changed it to a Kree like skin color. So I was like, I can actually take off the mask, and I was going to do army builders of like just the Kree, because technically the Marvel Legends hasn't given us like comic Kree soldiers apart from Genis Bell in his like Centurion look. Nothing. Disrespect. Just disrespect.
We just got like deluxe Ronin, and then like that's it.
Yeah, I mean, we did get a Captain Marvel, the male version, in the Avengers game wave, which, hey, that Captain Marvel was better than this Captain Marvel, and she didn't even appear.
It was just a poster on the wall. Then her suit looks better than this one.
Yeah, this one was way too like baggy. I don't know. It just looked wrong. Anyway, let's go straight into Endgame, boy. Let's go. So, of course, we said who got snapped. And here on the right side, we have who's left. We got Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, Bruce Banner, who's having Hulk misfunction. We got Hawkeye. We got Carol Danvers. We got Ant-Man coming out of the Quantum Zone. We got Nebula. We got Okoye. We've got Rhodes. We got Pepper Potts. Oh yeah, Rhodes. We also got Rocket Raccoon, or Rocket, because remember, Guardians 3 is that gives him the Rocket Raccoon name, so he's called Rocket. We've got Valkyrie. We got Wong, our boy Wong, and apparently Happy Hogan. I don't think he was in Endgame.
He was.
Oh wait, at the end. So he didn't get snapped. Crazy. Anyway, crazy film. Like, you start off with the snap, and you start off with Thor and the team going straight to Thanos, and then they're like, "Where's the stones? Where's the stones? We gotta reverse this. We gotta reverse this." And Thanos makes the most stupid line, but it's like, oh, it's badass at the moment. I use the stones to destroy the stones. And Thor's response is just like everyone else's. Chopped off, Thanos dead. First death. And they're like, did we just lose? What? And then 5 years skip. But we also see what happens in the blip to Hawkeye's family. Oh, tragedy. All of them blipped, and he's the last one remaining. Go back, and then we go straight to 5 years. Who's this badass ninja who's just slicing Yakuza up? Then he fights Scorpion actor, and we don't know who he is in the MCU. I was like, oh, is he Silver Samurai? Who is he?
That's Silver Samurai. But if that's the better version, he would be a better Silver Samurai, and he's not even a character than the one in the Wolverine.
He was in that film as well, and it was like, wait, why is he not Silver Samurai? Anyway, we see like this clouded ninja, and this clouded ninja just kills him. He's dead. And you're like, who's this guy? Who's this guy? And Black Widow approaches him, and it's none other Then Hawkeye, Clint Barton, now going as Ronin. What? We have a change of a hero type. No longer the bright-eyed Hawkeye. He's now Ronin. Well, Ronin for that, and then pretty much gives up being Ronin in the film. But he's still badass because, you know, he's got an arm tattoo. Yeah. And, you know, his hair. Woo. And then, you know, obviously we have the case that some developments happened. Bruce and Hulk have sunk together to become Smart Hulk.
I'm so confused right now.
Well, no, like during the 5-year gap.
Oh no, I'm quoting Scott when he first appeared. Scott was like, "I'm so confused right now."
Yeah, I forgot that line. I was like, oh wait. I was like, yeah, I'm confused too. Why did they have this gap between Hulk's development? But of course, we have Smart Hulk, we have the crew, we have Iron Man, who's retired with Pepper Potts and their daughter. Crazy, they're just chilling, living life. But secretly, he's been making some tech. When Captain America and we have like a chat with the team, and they finally discover Ant-Man was in a van stuck in the quantum realm, and he's out, and they go like, hey, time travel, baby, let's get the stones. And we have a time heist to get the stones. So we go from Avengers 1 to World War II or post World War II era. So like that time, yeah, we see that, and like Hulk kind of we see them, and you know, the biggest thing, in a van down by the Quantum River. And of course, like one of the things we do see that leads to a series, Loki from the Avengers 1 timeline escapes with the Tesseract. Oh, well, we'll see that in the Loki series, how that changes, because that Loki has an important side. Of course, we also see the Ancient One again, and she tells Hulk about the whole timeline. If you go this way, it goes whoosh, but if you go back and fix it, it goes whoosh. Sort of situation. You have Tony meet his dad, Howard Stark. Emotions. We also see the Tesseract there as well, so it's like, whoa. We also, in that scene, see a young Hank Pym with a classic Ant-Man helmet. Crazy. And they steal some of the Pym particles there so they can be able to time travel back. Of course, you have the mention from Agent Carter about Captain Britain. What? That went nowhere. Hey, it's okay. Because one of the important scenes is with Hawkeye, aka Ronin, or Clint Barton, and Black Widow when they go and meet. Because I forgot to mention in Infinity War, we had the return of Red Skull as the keeper of the Soul Stone. Even though he's voiced by a different actor, he's voiced by the guy who voices Xavier in X-Men 97. You can tell by his voice. Who's also, where's Omni-Man? Immortal. It's the same guy. You can tell their voices, but like at least with the Red Skull, he's actually decent. And you know, you have that. I wish it was Cap who went there. Anyway, we ultimately get a sacrifice. Yeah, Ross McQuand. That's the actor. There you go. Thank you, Lexi. Yeah, and we get the ultimate sacrifice of Black Widow for the Soul Stone. She jumps. Like you're thinking it's like, oh, it could be either Clint or it could be either Black Widow, but it's Black Widow, unfortunately, on the ground, dead. Soul Stone achieved. They eventually get the Time Stone from the Ancient One, because she's like, hang on, why did Strange give you the time? Like, why did he give away the Time Stone to Thanos? And she's like, maybe there's a reason. Here you go. The Power Stone is easily got by the, Nebula, but unfortunately, there's two Nebulas because they go back to the timeline where like Thanos is hunting the Infinity Stones, Gamora and Nebula are there, but because Nebula and past Nebula and present Nebula share a same like robotics.
Robotic chip.
Yeah, they have the same chip, so it messes them up, which causes one of them to be left behind and the other one to play imposter to the team. Chaos happens. Anyway, we have past Thanos come into the present, and he's like, I'm gonna fuck shit up, and he brings his whole armada to the final battle scene. Before we get to that, we have Fat Thor because he became depressed, ate ice cream, played Fortnite, and grew his hair back. So yay for hair growth, but boo, he's a fat, miserable guy. And he also has an emotional scene where he goes back to Asgard to suck out the ether from Jane Foster from her butt. That's what Rocket does to get the red stone. Oh god! But we also that emotional scene with him and his mother made me tear up. Crazy scene, and you know he does an anachronism. He steals the Mjolnir of that timeline. Imagine what happened to that Thor if he didn't have Mjolnir. Imagine that Thor's dead. But of course, Steve goes back and sorts that out. Chaos happens. Everyone's back together. They snap, but they're like, "Oh, what happened?" Like Hulk is the one who, like, they get all the stones. Hulk gets the gauntlet, snaps. It kind of messes his arm up, but he's Hulk. You go heal. But for most of the fight, he's down for the count. But unfortunately, instead of being happy that everyone's back, Thanos is like, no, fuck that. I'm coming through with the whole armada, with the whole children of Thanos, the whole Chitauri. And they're like, well, what are we going to do? And we get the ultimate theme. Like, on your left, the portals come out. Everyone coming. The callbacks. We got Sam. We got Wong. We got everybody. Everyone ready. We got Black Panther coming through. Chadwick Boseman going like, iconic. And of course, what happens? Avengers assemble. And
He said the title. He said the thing.
I know. Cap is able to hold Mjolnir, and he's kicking ass. Fat Thor's got both of them at first, and then he gives, one of them to Steve. Iron Man. And the fact that it's like, oh my god, Captain America is worthy. We got a tease of that in Avengers 2, but here we see him with Mjolnir and he's kicking ass. And like the fact that he has like a cut on his arm and then he like secures it with the strap from the shield, and I'm like, damn, that's badass.
That's so inspirational. It's so cap coded. He's the only one like standing. A whole army. He's not going to defeat him. But he still keeps fighting, and that's what Captain America stands for.
Yeah, and we get like other characters showing up. We do see like A-Force show up, a version of it. We get Pepper Potts' rescue. We got Wasp showing up. We got so many characters showing up. We get Carol Danvers back. Yeah. Hey. She got short hair now. And she got a little sash. She has a cool moment with Peter Parker. Because, Spider-Man's here and he activates insta-kill mode with the Iron Spider outfit. The only moment that I actually like that suit, I hate the suit in general. It's like everything's going well, everything, yay. And then, no. Ships are going crazy. Everyone's like, oh god, and Thanos is there, like, yoink. He's got the stones. He's like, I'm gonna fuck shit up again. But no, he's about to do it. Snaps. And he's like, wait a minute. I have no gauntlet. And Tony there going like the iconic moment. All the stones powered up. He goes, I am iron. Boom. All of Thanos' force disintegrate into dust. Thanos is disintegrated. Boom. The battle is done. But at what cost?
Mr.
Is
Stark.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Mr. Stark, you don't feel so good too.
We won.
He's
No.
dead. Dies. After looking at Pepper and Iron Spider. Technically not Rhodes, so that was already an indication that Rhodes wasn't trusty. That wasn't Rhodes. But damn, Iron Man is dead. The self-sacrifice, even though if it was comic Iron Man, he'd build an armor that would withstand the Infinity Stones.
I mean, he didn't. Did he have the time though?
Yeah,
Because they just got the stones, and then like Thanos' army was like there at
the
the
fact
moment.
that his armor already could like hold the stones means that he was prepared for that moment. But I was like, this is also the Iron Man who developed the whole quantum time travel thing. I'm pretty sure he had enough time to develop a like the Infinity Stone holding armor. You know, like Iron Man is very gimmicky. So obviously, you have that moment. The funeral to Iron Man. What iconic moment! We see Potato Machine Kid all grown up. I wonder if this,
Hardly.
yeah, we're not going to say it again. We're not going to. We also see like when Scott is when he comes back to the present time and that stuff. He goes to see his daughter who's aged up. Remember her face because they won't be the same person the next time. Hashtag what the hell? Why? Yeah, it is what it is. And then boom, done. You have that. But now Steve has to go on a mission to return every stone back to where they belong. Otherwise, time crazy bullshit. So he goes back. And we're like, okay, he's going to come back. Doesn't come back. Behind all of them, Sam sees an old man. Somehow Bucky knows it's an old man, Steve. And he's like, you go there. And Sam's like, all right. And lo and behold, we see old man Steve. And he's the one to give Captain America, to give the Captain America shield to Sam Wilson. A new Captain America shield, by the way. Where does it come from? Who knows? Where has this old man Steve been? Who knows? And we leave it there. The end of Endgame. Both the death of Iron Man and Steve's time as Captain America are done. Boy, what a crazy film. An emotional film. I did tear up in this film. Because I was like, nah, they can't kill Iron Man off. They did. They took the man. Well, Steve, no longer young man Steve. He's gone. Black Widow, death. Oh, no, the fitness, no. She's gone. Yeah. Crazy. But yeah, that is Endgame. Oh, look, Alexi, there's a contradiction of Tony referencing the dude who's played by Obadiah Stane. Yeah.
Lebowski.
Yeah. What was that? It says A plus or S minus for me. A lot of fan service, but very rewatchable. Catch you guys at episode 100. Yes. Yes. So, Alexi, see you there in a bit. Yeah. Endgame. What an iconic film. I want to say. Take it away, you guys, before we rank it, because we got one last film for this and then we're done.
Well, for me, this film, when I think of this film as well as Infinity War, like, it's just, it was so good. Like, to have Infinity War and then to have this, as much as I think, and I know a lot of people think Infinity War is a better movie than this, but in Endgame I still think is incredible, and I still think is really good. And it's just the main thing that kind of goes nicely for me is within my top three MCU films of all time. Of course, they may change, but at the moment, it's Iron Man 1, Infinity War, and Endgame. And so to have the introduction of Iron Man and have like the first film in the MCU, to then have his last film in the MCU, it's just like it's a full circle moment, and it's just like 10 years of Iron Man in the MCU, and it's just like crazy just to like have him in there for so long. And then like even though of course people always like say even after Doomsday comes out, people will still be like, oh, I don't know whether Robert Downey Jr. should have been Doom and all this stuff. But like after Endgame, we didn't know, of course, Tony was gonna or Robert Downey Jr. was gonna be back as Doom, of course, because it didn't get revealed until later on. We didn't know if he was gonna come back in a multiverse or whatever, because they were kind of leaning at the idea of the multiverse, like certain stuff like that. And it's just in the cinema, just the amount of just like cheers and cries and whatever, just to certain moments within this film, like Iron Man, Iron Man's death within this film is gonna go down as like one of the most like well-known parts of history, just in general. Like, and it's just like crazy how much these films have like an effect on people, especially this one. And like, just because like, even though of course, I think it's gonna be the same with Doomsday to an extent. Like, we grew up with these characters, and then now two of the big two characters, even though they're both technically returning in Doomsday, but like in Endgame, you have Cap, who practically near enough is dead or on death's door because he's a really old man, and then you have like Tony Stark, who has just died from this blast with the stones and stuff, and it's just like it's just crazy. And like going forward, it kind of like it meant that, and it's kind of annoying, like in a sense that even though as much as I love Infinity War Endgame, it meant that everything else after this was just a bit of a downhill. There was still good stuff within
Yeah.
like the other phases after this, but like it just meant that because of how big of an event these two movies were, it just kind of it kind of does over other stuff. And I feel like with Marvel's approach at the moment with Doomsday and Secret Wars, I mean, they haven't got as much hype as they have with Infinity War and Endgame, but I just like the pace they're going at, because like they're not pumping out so much stuff, and it proves that you don't have to pump out so much stuff, because then you get stuff like Captain Marvel. And so like it's kind of just, even though she's all right in this, like for starters, like she's
Yeah,
okay,
it's actually decent.
but like at the same time, it's just like
Like
just
she was
another.
the big kind of like, oh, here's our big guns. Because remember, it's like the scene where it's just like, oh, who's coming through the sky? And it's like, it's Captain Marvel. Like of course, like they need, like in the MCU, they hadn't built to like a cosmically powered hero, and like Captain Marvel was gonna be that, and she is that. But it's like because of the lackluster film, you don't really go like, oh my god. You're like, oh cool, yay, Captain Marvel. That was the only kind of like moment where I was just like, really her? Like no one liked that film. It's just like they could have surprised us with a new character like Nova, because Nova has been in like development hell, and we know in Infinity War that Xandar is completely destroyed by Thanos off screen, completely off screen. It's like, what? The Nova Corps are gone? We didn't even get to see Nova. And it's like Kevin Feige has always wanted to do a Nova film, and like that would have been cool to have the Nova show up, or someone new So he'll be like, "Oh, who the hell's this?" And he's like, "It's a powerhouse character," because that's one of the things of the roster of the MCU prior to this didn't have many like big powerful hitters apart from Thor and Hulk in terms of like cosmic, like in terms of their power, like scaling. You know why? Like, you know what I mean? Like, because now we've got like characters like Sentry, and we still don't have many, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I have a major gripe with like as much as I love the Russo brothers because what they put out, I have one major gripe with them and these movies is they have, I'm pretty sure, straight up said in interviews and certain stuff, the main reason why Thor is the way he is and Hulk is the way he is because they don't know how to write them and they don't know how to like, and it's because of how powerful they are, and so like, and I don't know like what to think about that, to be honest.
They should read a bloody comic.
They did Thor like amazingly in Infinity War.
Yeah, he was decent in Infinity War. Like, you had this kind of like rageful arc of like, I need to bring the hammer down. I mean, axe. I mean, Stormbreaker. Because it wasn't Mjolnir. He had that kind of like power arc, and like I get it was probably from like Taika Waititi, kind of like showing how Thor could be badass, but then like afterwards, like we got Fat Thor, and like sure it was like some people could say it's a homage to like OG, like to like Norse Thor, how he's a fat guy. I'm like, but Thor wouldn't get fat. Like, yeah, sure, it's an emotional thing, like the fact that he probably like wraps his head around the fact that he should have gone for the head, and like he could have prevented all this and that stuff and whatnot. But I'm like, I don't know. Thor kind of regressed after this, and it was cool to see him in the film, like late in the fight. But I still thought he could have like, I don't know, like Shazammed his fat off, and then he'd be like ripped Thor with like the classic Thor helmet, and like I don't know. His outfit was lazy, by the way. It was basically his Infinity War one, which by the way is still a lazy suit. It's all black. This is stupid. The Thor designs in the Russo brother films suck. And we're seeing that again in Doomsday. But anyway, let's get to ranking this film, because I don't want to like Endgame is such a great film. There's some some nitpicks of things, but my god, watching this in cinema, it was emotional. But yes, let's get to ranking Endgame, because we got one more film, and I know this film is going to be one that we're going to be very, very talkative about. But where shall we put Endgame? Do we think it goes with the same like Stan Lee tier? I don't know. I think so.
It's tricky because like it's
gotta be S tier. Like just for the moments alone, even though I would put it second on S tier, just because as a movie, I don't think it's better than Infinity War, but like everything it has in it, like for me, it's in my top. Both of them are in my top 3. Like they're both just as they are as a whole. They're just like these massive movies that give you somewhat what you want, and it's just like for what the decisions they made in both of them as well was just crazy.
Yeah. I think in between, because I was gonna say maybe Captain America Civil War might be a little bit better, but I don't know. I think Endgame had more stakes into it. Like there was so much more emotions and so much surprises. Like Ronin. Who was gonna predict that? Like a character change of Hawkeye. No one predicted that. That was insane. No one believed we'd get Ronin in the MCU. Yeah, it was short-lived because it was just in this film. But my god. And technically in the Hawkeye series, but yeah. Yeah, S is fine by me too. Yeah, there we go. Last but not least, we got one more, people. and we'll be very quick with this one. It's Spider-Man Far From Home. Hey, look, the elementals are attacking. We gotta save the world. Spider-Man is none other than Peter Parker. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's the Skrulls. They're back again. Meanwhile, lazy Nick Fury is just on spaceship. Mysterio, another Iron Man bad guy. Should we just rank this?
Probably.
Yeah, because
it's just like it's very like it's not the best. Like out of all the Spider-Man films, it is probably the worst out of all the Tom Holland ones. But it has some alright moments. It's just the main thing that kind of puts people down on it, and myself, is that like Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio is good. Don't get me wrong, he is very good at what he does in the role and whatever. But it's just a point where it's like the whole Tony Stark motif for another villain that is copied again. And also the fact that like all of his team are people that like you have the guy who like is getting shouted at by Obadiah Stane
the box of
in the
scraps.
first Iron Man like in the first Iron Man film. A lot of people probably forgot that guy, and there's like just random, they just like plicked them just from different places just to like try to create this like kind of team. And of course he's the master of illusions and whatever, but it's kind of annoying that you kind of get through four elemental characters and two that could have been proper, or most of them probably could have been proper characters within the MCU, but then you kind of just eliminate them, and you kind of just like get rid of them just because they're part of this illusion kind of thing. And the Mysterios is a cool character, don't get me wrong, but it's just such a weird film, and also it just doesn't help that it's another like film. Yeah.
I was gonna say it doesn't help with the Iron Boy accusation Spider-Man gets, because it's like you have this film from Homecoming where it's like he's escaping that shadow and he gains that independency. And then this film goes straight back to like, oh, I need to think about Iron Man's legacy and Tony Stark's legacy.
It also doesn't help that like this is the film that comes out straight after Endgame, and people like are excited for this because like Peter's really sad by Tony Stark and his kind of mentor and stuff. But it's also the main thing that really pees me off with this film is he's the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He's in London. He's in Italy. He's in like he's in these different places, and it's just like it doesn't save the name. Kind of cool. It doesn't really suit the whole character.
Also, Night Monkey. Who bloody put that as a design? Like, if you're thinking, hey, I don't want anyone to think Spider-Man is in this country, why do you then give him the same bloody eye lenses? You could have made a new costume, and it's not the first time Spider-Man's done this. You could have given him Prodigy. You could have given him Ricochet. Like, the costumes he had when he was kind of like, I can't be Spider-Man right now. I got to be other characters. And there's a whole group of them. There's Dusk, who's like, they're all in black with the kind of like wing webs and that stuff, like the glider. And then there's Ricochet with the kind of like boomerangs. And then there's so many characters he could have been, and they went lazy. I'm like, this is S.H.I.E.L.D. you're talking about. You could have at least designed something different. And also, I recently watched this before watching Brand New Day. And I was like, obviously Mysterio in the comics is a VFX artist, and like that's how his illusions work and that stuff. And, you know, that's always been his case. I really think they could have just avoided mentioning Iron Man. Just have him be like, you know, he has this groundbreaking tech of VFX and whatnot. And he's like, I'm going to change the world because everyone's obsessed with superheroes and that stuff. So I'm going to make my own superhero. Like that aspect, cool. But the fact that they had to go and like link it to Tony with the bath and that stuff, I was like, that's like some people think, oh, that's amazing connection of like, oh, you're connecting Civil War scene, you're connecting Iron Man 1, you're connecting all these scenes to be like this group of, it's pretty much an Iron Man revenge squad, but for Spider-Man. And it's like, what the hell? This is, Iron Man was done dirty for his villains, and then it seemed like they had to be like, well, where are we going to put them? Because there's going to be another film that has an Iron Man villain, and you're like, why the fuck did we not get this guy in the Iron Man films? And one thing I think as a theory, I wish instead of them doing Mysterio, hear me out, they could have done Norman Osborn. They could have had Jake Gyllenhaal as Norman Osborn. And instead of him being Green Goblin straight away, you have him as Iron Patriot. Yes, I know it's an Iron Man kind of thing, but it's the exact thing to mess Spider-Man's head. You got this guy who's pretending to be the new Iron Man hero, like the Iron Patriot, and like Spider-Man looks to him as the mentor and that stuff. And you basically have the same plot, but you have a different, like through a different lens of Norman Osborn as Iron Patriot. And then you tease, instead of him being killed off, because again, another villain being killed off, and it's a Spider-Man villain you're killing off. What the hell? Although Damien, he says this is one of his faves. The Danger Travel London Mysterio. His only theory is like yet to be proven is like Beck is a master illusionist. Did he die or not? If you watch carefully, William had all his devices like linked to his fishbowl gizmo Beck wears whilst in London and Berlin scenes. Spidey, after the finale, says Edith, if all illusions are down, but never confirms Beck's death. Roll on to William and crew. They could still play a part in the future if Mysterio returns. That's been a thing of like, oh, is Mysterio still alive? Who knows? Who knows? Might be a bit expensive to get Jake Gyllenhaal back. So, although they reference like, how Jake Gyllenhaal, like Beck is married. So I was like, oh, female Mysterio next. Yeah. Anyway, and of course we get the return of J. Jonah Jameson, but look what they did to him. They made him bald. What? I'm sorry, what? That sucked. Anyway, let's get straight. Do we have anything else to say? Oh yeah, the elementals. Molten Man, Hydro Man, Sandman, and
Cyclone.
Really?
I don't like this movie. I hate this movie.
No. Okay, there we go.
I have gripes with this movie. It pisses me off. It irks me so much.
Yeah. It's like, I think, Ashwan, you said it perfectly. It's the worst out of the Spider-Man films we've got. And like, this is the second one, and we already have like Homecoming at A. Where do we think this belongs? I don't think it's an F with Captain Marvel.
Funny thing is, as much as it is the worst out of the Spider-Man like 4 movies, I would still rather watch over Ant-Man and the Wasp. I know that might be controversial, maybe, but I would still put it in like maybe I'd keep it either low B or top of C, because even though as much as Ant-Man and the Wasp like is alright, I'd like, because Spider-Man's my favourite character, I'd rather watch a Spider-Man film than I would watch an Ant-Man and the Wasp film. And even though like all of the stuff with like it not being in the neighborhood and all that stuff is kind of like shitty, and all the Night Monkey stuff is all shitty and all that stuff, I still think like Mysterio's performance or Jake Gyllenhaal's performance is very good, and so like I love his
I love his suit design, minus the chest armor. Like if they didn't have the chest armor, because when he takes the chest armor and he's got that undersuit, I'm like, that's Mysterio. Just put the fishbowl on his head, give him the gold gauntlets. That's all you need. But instead, they give him this extra, MCU gunk.
There is like a major gripe that even though we'll talk about it when we talk about the next phase, but I just wanted to add it like now that you say about like Norman Osborn and certain stuff, which I wouldn't have minded, but they kind of retcon it with the next film because
Yeah.
my main gripe and my main annoyance with No Way Home is because you introduce Doctor Octopus to Peter, Green Goblin, Sandman, Electro, Lizard, and like you introduce all these characters to Peter Parker, like Tom Holland's Peter Parker. If he hears someone called Norman Osborn, he's instantly just gonna be like, "Oh, you turn into Green Goblin. I'm gonna put you to jail." Or
Yeah.
Doctor Octavius. Oh yeah, I've heard that name before from Peter like 2 and 3. Oh yeah, you're gonna go like it's just kind of annoying that I love the movie. Don't get me wrong, because you have all the Peters coming back, you have all the villains coming back, but they kind of just like do himself over a little bit because now Peter just like knows about them villains. So that's why when people ask, oh, why can't we get an MCU Sandman, or why can't we get MCU Green Goblin? It's because they kind of do himself over with No Way Home.
Yeah. Yeah. I just hope with, it's definitely a discussion for like the Doomsday talk and Secret Wars talk. I hope after those films they kind of sort out Spider-Man's rogues and in general a lot of the rogues and kind of give us a new status quo so we could get introductions to, like you said, main versions of Dr. Octopus, Scorpion, Green Goblin, Sandman, and like these would be cool characters. Like hell, if you brought back the same actor who played Sandman and he's now in the MCU universe, I'd be like, yeah, fine, that's cool. Like maybe
John
some.
Cena.
Hmm?
I want John Cena as Sandman.
I'd love him as what do you call it? Hammerhead. He's like, you can't see me. But well, yeah. Oh, Damien says I'm A or B, but not lower. A overall. Fair enough. Like you said in the beginning, everyone has their own opinions, and you're right for your opinion. Thank God you don't agree with like Captain Marvel, like as in you agree Captain Marvel low, because yeah, if anyone rates that film higher, I have questions for them.
Yeah, if you like any films on this list that we didn't like, or if you don't like any films that we liked on this list, it's whatever. We're the ones who made the list, so or we're the ones who put certain stuff on the list. So if you want to do it yourself and then send it us, then let us know. But like Damien's saying that he has Far From Home in A, that's up to him. But of course we have our reasoning for not having it in A and certain stuff. So yeah.
To be fair, like what he was saying, like Mysterio was like aesthetically looked the part, like he did everything right, like as in like he looked amazing. His whole, illusion stuff was crazy because like the fact that like the twist that it's all like illusion tech, that none of these monsters are real, crazy. And that fight scene, I think one of the highlights of that film is the fight scene between Spider-Man and Mysterio, with the illusions of like zombie Tony, the whole like him going to different suits of like his homemade suit, then like his
the snow globe
yeah
made of Mysterio that he like takes off and then shakes her ass. So cool.
It's so like that one visually is like amazing. That like scene, I'd give that an A or even an S because it was so creative as like for Mysterio as a villain, because it's all about illusion. So it's like what is real, what isn't real. So yeah. But there we go. This is the list. Now, this is the time of change. Do we think any of these films need to be moved, or are we okay? Like, I think this one's gonna stay here. You stay there. But what?
If I could put it lower, I would.
Should I just rename this to shit?
No, there's only one movie in MCU that's just shit, and we'll get to it next video.
Oh, yeah.
I think you know what I'm talking about.
You know what?
Does it involve bugs?
No.
Involve what?
bugs.
What?
don't think so.
I know. I think I know which one you talk about, and I think I'm like, I know it has goats.
Yeah, yeah, I'm stupid, yeah.
There is another film that
Oh,
also fits.
not that one. There's the movie. There's another MCU movie that I hate with every fiber of my being.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. Is it? Has it got someone who was in a boxing film?
I don't know. Like, the cast is like so. It's a big cast of new people. That's all I'll say.
Oh. Okay, we'll definitely have to go to that. But anyway, so are we okay with this final list? Nothing changed? So wait, so obviously Stanley tier we have top, we have Infinity War, Endgame, and then Civil War, and then A tier we have Black Panther at the top, then Spider-Man: Homecoming, Doctor Strange, and then Guardians Galaxy Volume 2. B tier Thor Ragnarok, C tier Spider-Man: Far From Home being the best of C tier, and Ant-Man and the Wasp, and then all the way at the bottom F tier is Captain Marvel. Do we all agree on that?
I've got 2 changes.
Oh,
So, Spider-Man: Far From Home from C to the lower end of B.
okay.
So it's not as good as Thor Ragnarok, but I still think it's B because you get good Spider-Man moments, you get Mysterio, you get whatever. And then one just because the impact that it had just on media and everything else afterwards, I've got to say Black Panther's got to be S tier.
Yeah, and yeah, I think they're. I think. Do you think over there? Do you think it's better than Civil War? I think Civil War had the better introduction.
I think it's the lowest of S tier, but more so just for the film is great as well as just the individual impact of that movie.
Yeah,
I feel
yeah,
like it's hard not to put it in S tier.
yeah. Because there's still emotions in that film. Like you're like, whoa, and obviously yeah. You know what? Yeah, because it's a strong 8, but then if you put it there, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe I'll say Guardians 2 is better than Doctor Strange. Now thinking about it.
Oh, what? No, I love Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it's good. It's just that's the thing with ranking such high movies.
Yeah. The
But
thing is,
I was thinking about it when I was talking about Guardians, about that whole trilogy just being so good.
but I'm
And
like,
moments.
how was the trilogy? I do feel like number 2 is the weakest one, but I'm not saying it's a shit film. I'm saying because number 3, we'll get into that, but I feel like, I don't know, I'm kind of obviously it's A, but I'm I prefer, I think Doctor Strange is a much stronger film because it's a solo film, where it's
And
this has
more Guardians 2 is more rewatchable over a little more rewatchable than over Doctor Strange, I'll say.
Ooh. What do you think, Ashwan? Do you agree with that? Because I'll change it if it is.
I'm just trying to put in my head I'm trying to put stuff against each other. So Caecilius or Ego, that's what I'm putting up against each other. Doctor Strange, all his cast and crew, all his people, all the friends of Doctor Strange up against the Guardians. I'm just trying to put them both together, and I just don't really know.
I said Caecilius is one of the underrated villains of the MCU, and I'm like, that for me, that's what beats, because Ego's cool, and has that kind of that scene of him revealing the tumor thing, and I was like that's iconic. But I'm like, Doctor Strange, it's a solo film that doesn't rely on the supporting cast as much as Guardians does, because Guardians, it's a team film, plus team, not teen.
One thing that I will say about Guardians, it's not me, of course, because I do like Guardians too, but one podcast that I watch, one of the people on the podcast for some reason has Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 as their lowest rated MCU movie of
Oh, that's
all time.
bullshit. That's
Really?
bullshit.
I don't know why.
That's-
I can't see any reasoning to that. But
See,
it's just
that's the extreme. Like, Guardians Volume 2 deserves to be on A, but I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like because of the placement, I'm like, I'm also like, is Doctor Strange a stronger film than Spider-Man Homecoming?
I think
don't-
Doctor Strange is very underrated.
Yeah.
So, I feel like
I feel like it's a good spot
also,
of like in the middle of
I feel
A.
like the same with Black Panther in the sense of like impact it had. Like, not really Doctor Strange as much, but because Black Panther had impact on real life as well as just like the Black Panther character and like leading forward. But with Doctor Strange, the fact that like Marvel do this thing where they're very ballsy with certain movies, and they put out a Doctor Strange movie and it was great. Like a character that maybe not a lot of people probably knew. Like, it was my first introduction to Doctor Strange, and I thought it was such a great movie.
And it's a film that introduced sorcery into the MCU.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, maybe it should stay where it's at.
I think, yeah, because the thing is, Guardians 2, we're not saying it's a terrible film. Being at A tier is great. Like, it's hella rewatchable because of like how many characters are in there, like the iconic moments, soundtrack, which by the way, Damien mentions the Far From Home soundtrack being epic. Yeah, I like it. It's not too bad. Yeah, I think we'll keep it there. I love how it's a very ascending order of like a triangle, like a pyramid.
A staircase.
And then, a staircase, and then you go all the way to the bottom.
I think you could just delete that movie from the whole of life. To be honest, I'd be fine with that.
I mean, it's, you know what we should do, because we've had films at the shit tier. We need to do a rank.
What's the shittest of shit MCU?
No.
Like Marvel, like shittest Marvel films, and we have this because we've got a lot of the Sony films there, and then we have this film, and then we have two films.
Is Elektra in that movie? In that tier as well?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
I still need to watch that.
That might be a higher one. Okay. I see. Okay, so Justin is now on. Okay, so yeah, this is perfect. Let me save this. Let me quickly save that. Save. Oh wait, it says put here.
What's his Zion's least favorite MCU movie? Tune in next time.
Exactly.
Whenever we do it again.
Yeah.
You know my favorite MCU movie? But what's my least favorite?
Kind of crazy to think that Inhumans was going to be a movie, I think.
Oh yeah, that would have surprised me because like imagine we got that. I
it's
scream.
just kind of annoying that really went nowhere because they would like tee them up to be like a thing to be implemented in, and like the way that Black Bolt is implemented in is just crazy because you can't really redo that again because they're not really going to. I don't think.
I hope in the next phases of the MCU post Secret Wars, maybe there's a chance of Inhumans. But the fact that Ms. Marvel, who was like the big champion of the Inhumans, is now a mutant in both comics and MCU lore, it kind of screws over the Inhumans having any importance apart from Fantastic Four, like synergy, because they were part of like Fantastic Four's kind of like roster. But anyway, that is Rank the Movies Phase 3. Yes, a long one, and Justin has just started his 100th show, so we make sure you tune into that. It's a big monumental achievement, so congrats to Justin. So let me share that link to everyone, so make sure from here you go there and go watch that, because big up Justin. Without him, you probably wouldn't see a lot of us here. Obviously Dan, but Justin as well, because he's a great guy. But yes, right, everybody, let's sign off. So Zion, where can the lovely people find you?
You can find me here every Saturday, every 2 weeks on Legends Liquor, sometimes on Dan Who's Extra Show if I feel like it, and finally on Instagram at DGenerosity. Don't forget the underscore to see awesome figure photography.
Awesome. And I've put his link down in the description below, so make sure you click that at DGenerosity. Don't forget the underscore. There you go. And Ashwan, where can the lovely people find you?
Here every week on the Gen Z Report. Of course, this week's Rank the Movies. Next week is Spider-Man Brand New Day, so definitely tune in for that. But of course, Legends and Liquor every 2 weeks. Sometimes on the extra show, I wasn't there this week, so I was watching Spider-Man. But of course, main place, Ashwan2Fron Comics on YouTube. Please watch my weekly videos, people, because I happened to get 32 views this week. So very thankful to anyone out there who has watched my video. So thank you. But also Ashwan2Fron on Instagram. Don't really tend to post too much. I don't really post any of the cool photography that Zman or Zion does, but I may do at some point. May try and do some stuff because I was thinking of doing some maybe some Brand New Day pictures just because I've got the figures. But yeah, you can see me there. So send me a message if you want.
Yeah, there you go. And I've put Ashwan's both Instagram and YouTube down in the chat, so make sure you check those out. There you go. There you go. And of course, let me get my links out. You lovely people obviously find me here on the Gen Z Report every Saturday without failure. If we do change the day, then we'll let you know in advance. But of course, you can find me here on Agent Z-Man, my channel, which we've almost got 230 subscribers. Woo woo. Slowly moving. There you go, YouTube channel. And of course, my Instagram, agent_Z-Man, where I do some good photography. I say good, but there's so many other people who do like amazing. So always appreciate any follow. And also make sure you check Zion's one, because I love his poses, and especially just like, because like for me, my poses are more like getting to stability of like trying to do it in like my brain, but like
plus yours has that background and like placed like in the like your recent one with like Spider-Man and Hulk like in the trees, or the Robin that's on the bike on the street, while mine is just like in the display.
No, but that's the thing. Like, it's wherever you have creativity, it flows there, and you can see it there in the posts. And the consistency is always key with the posts, because if you continue to post, you just gain more attraction. But yes, there we are, lovely people. It is 4 hours and 32 minutes of this lovely stream of the 3. Crazy. Let's hope next stream we'll try and shorten it, and we'll be very quick on the thing. We're always learning, so make sure you give a like, share video, comment down below what your favorite, your ranking of the Phase 3 films, and we'll see you on the next one next week. Take care, everybody.
You requested.
The Gen Z Report, your weekly dose of awesome.
Toys and comics.
Covering all the topics.
Week in, week out.
That's what it's all about.
The only source you need.
The Gen Z Report.
Gen Z Report.
Gen Z Report.
Ashwan, Zion, Z-Man.